Well, it's dry as a desert in here. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hello?
Hello.
Hello? People actually live in the desert now. Look at that.
I like to live in the desert. Because I'm B. Batting McBatterson.
B. Batterman Batterson?
That's right. My favorite year ever. When all the people are suffering, I like to sit down and eat some steak-flavored ice cream, drink some Faygo, and write a 40-page long backstory which I'm going to give to Galibar a half hour before it starts the game. I like to get up on your keyboard and shed on everything that's black because I'm a bad cat in the desert where nobody remembers your name. And I'm gonna name that horse just to mess up the song.
What did I start?
Be Patty McPatterson. Don't judge me.
No judges given, I swear.
I like to read the list of how many big companies are gonna get payoffs during the next stimulus package. I write a different page on my backstory for every company that's added. You know what my day got ruined by?
What?
The hurricane went too far east again.
There's another hurricane?
Yep. I'm gonna try to send it to Nova Scotia next.
But I don't
And
want a
got the
hurricane.
same path. It's the last one I sent to Nova Scotia.
But been having thunderstorms. They're not good enough.
It's not bad enough.
Okay, hello. Well, she's sorry to disappoint.
Supposed to ruin the game.
But nothing ruins this game.
I could still ruin the game.
Nah. You wouldn't.
I'm gonna
Not
give the
that
lecture.
bad.
I'm gonna read a page out of the monster manual and make everybody listen to it.
Okay. That's what was going on. I had myself muted and I didn't realize it.
That's bad.
Yes,
Very
that
bad.
is bad. It's bad. But what is not bad is that I have updated a slate that we can put up when there is no action going on. So that when we're not in a combat, so that we're not just looking at a map, we can look at the lovely images of the characters. And if I get really fancy, if there's something going on that involves just a couple of characters, then I can move some of the tokens to the GM layer so we can spotlight the tokens that are the characters that are involved.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How are you doing there, Pete?
I'm doing. How are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Bad.
Oh,
Pretty good. Hope you're ready for an energetic game today.
Energetic game. I don't know about that.
Yep. Get your ass up.
we are ready for a game. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey! Guess what? Everybody, The time on the clock in the system tray says 2 p.m. Who needs walls when you have system trays? So that means I can go ahead and I can mute or turn off the music. I have my beverage. I hope everybody has their beverage to wet their whistle. I would like to welcome everybody. My name is DM Gallibond. It's 2 p.m. on a Sunday. That means it is time for the Walker of Waterdeep. And yes, viewer on the stream, if you have followed this, you might have noticed that it looked like there was a jump between last week and this week. But that's only because when I went back and I started reviewing the recordings I have of the sessions, I think somewhere along the way my count got off. So by my revised count, this is actually session 61.
Oh, goodness.
So I think somewhere I either, put the same number on 2 sessions in my notes, or I somehow missed numbering something. So I thought this was going to be session 59, but it's actually session 61. So somewhere along the way, I double counted 2 sessions, I think. So that's why the title of today's session is I May Have Miscounted. Yes, it doesn't really have anything to do with the action in the game. It has to do more with the fact that the DM has to somehow go back and hire a forensic accountant to go back over the records of the game.
You know what we could do? And we could even start here. You could make the title ahead of time, and we can all try to work in the title into the playing.
Well, I know a perfect way that Eric can do that. You've been missing for 6 days, 3 minutes, and 32 seconds.
I may have miscounted.
All right.
You
Well,
took the joke I was going to make later in the session.
Oh.
Because as soon as I said that, I was like, I'll work that in somehow.
No, we're supposed to do this over and over and over again. This is just a practice round.
Well, in some games, they don't put a session title on until later because it's taken out of something that somebody says. I kind of like to give the viewers who log into the screen, I like to give them kind of an idea of what is going on in the game. But today they will have absolutely no idea when they say I may have miscounted. All right, so players, you will see that I have the new slate up with the images of all the PCs. That is now up on the stream for the viewers as well. And last time, we continued to find beasties and baddies and things that go bump in the night in the Rathridge mine. And we continued to deal with said beasties. Most recently, there were a set of devils that had ensconced themselves inside the mining machine and had turned it on, and it was becoming a threat to the party until Adamant had to go and ruin everything by scaring them out of the machine so that they could fight the devils separately. But then the machine just kept kind of going on autopilot.
I didn't scare him
until somebody did that. Oh, it was
Eric did.
Bellman. It was Bellman. Okay. Bellman scared them out until went on autopilot until they figured out a way to disable the machine, and that's the part that Adamant was able to contribute to by finding the pieces that kept dropping every time the devils were defeated and turned to Ichor, and eventually figuring out that that was some sort of a key that helped to disable the machine. All right, so we left off with you guys in the mine, and now I want to figure out what it is that you guys would like to do next. There's a few options that you have, a couple of things that you all know about, and the floor is open for whatever we want to do.
Yeah.
Everyone meet Elora. Elora, everyone.
Something we didn't do as a group last session is the proper introduction of Elora.
This is true. She walked in while some people were trying to pick a fight with things in the mine, and while other people were trying to say, hey, somebody's in there picking a fight with something else in the mine.
So let's set the stage here. So it's in the evening. We're gathered around in my tower. And
Okay, so we're back to the tower.
we're preparing, the nightly meals, and everybody's getting comfortable. And I guess the miners have retired for the day of hard work.
They have retired for the day, and their hard work has been near constant anxiety because they keep seeing you guys coming in, going into the mine and coming back out. That thing they saw off in the distance before was bad enough, but when Galibar brought out the head of that hideous worm serpent creature thing that he brought out, that just sent them into another panic. And every time you guys come out, you're more bloodied, and then this woman comes up with this griffin, and that's terrifying to them. Yeah, yes, a griffin is a symbol that they associate with the Church of Avacyn, but still, to see a griffin actually in front of them, a live griffin, that is terrifying. They are, in the real classic sense of the word, they are awestruck by that, which means they are filled with a bit of trepidation over what is, over what they see before them. So, yes, that in and of itself is exhausting. A day of just sitting around being frightened has exhausted them.
What's the weather like?
It's Innistrad, so it's overcast, it's cloudy, occasional rain, occasional thunderstorms, but not violent thunderstorms, kind of rumbling thunder off in the distance. But it's just kind of a gray and dull and miserable.
It's not even
weather.
humid.
Sort of cold, or what's the?
Yeah, in the
season
evening,
like?
in the evening it gets kind of chilly. You would guess from the foliage. The foliage looks kind of green, so you would guess it's probably spring. Maybe this is new growth, but there's not there's not snow around or anything, so maybe it's just a part of the world where it gets cold at night, regardless of the season.
We're still on the walker.
Yes. If you missed it, this is the new slate for when we're not in combat.
Okay.
All right. I'm just gonna call on somebody.
Well, I tried.
Okay.
Then we decided to move it to the tower, and then we decided to intercept it. I've been saying from the beginning, we should have been picking it up from Elora, everyone, Elora. We can do it in the tower if we want to, but that's the logical beginning here.
Okay. Well, let's say we're in the tower, and this is the first chance everybody has had a chance to catch their breath since Elora showed up.
I'm Adamant. Pleasure to meet you.
Adamant, describe yourself for Elora. What would Elora see?
He is about a 7 foot tall, wide thing that looks like a man in armor with nobody inside it.
Well, that's very odd.
It's a living.
I've been wondering if it was a living.
Oh, the rest of them can tell you, yes. Adamant can be hurt. They've seen it happen before. Not often, mind you, but they've seen it happen before.
As Adamant says, they're mending dents and holes in his being.
Yeah, Galibar says I put a few dents in there myself.
I dented you, sir.
Oh, I remember you barely being able to damage me at all during that.
That was a close battle. Thank you very much.
Close by your standard.
Brother, do I sense some heat between these two?
I think you sense the heat between Mr. Galibar and just about everyone and everything.
Well, you sure did like a greeting to Griffey.
We had
Yes, nice, then.
we had an arena match in the past, and we decided we were going to bare knuckle the fight. And it took quite a long time.
Oh,
But in the end, Galibar beat me out because, frankly, he hits harder than I do.
well, they certainly good at that.
Oyo slowly walks over carrying a steaming kettle. Now, my friends, we are being rude. Please let us introduce ourselves. And he'll look at Elora and he'll say, my lady, welcome to my humble abode, if you will. These are my friends. Do you like tea?
I would love some tea. Thank you very much.
This is a particularly good tea. It will keep the dampness and the chill off of your bones. And he'll slowly pour her a hot cup of tea.
She'll look at herself and say to her brother, "Am I that skinny?
Why is that skinny?
Am I that skinny? I look like flesh and bones?"
And I think it's hospitality here. I've heard something similar.
No, you misunderstand me. Perhaps it is my accent. I said that it will keep the dampness and the chill off your bones.
Well,
right.
thank you.
Adamant looks her over closely. She's not the skeleton Oyo.
No one says that she is. And
Yes,
when you see Oyo, you see a tall, very handsome, kind of, it's not copper, but it's a very nice tanned skin. He's got hazel green eyes. He's got copperish, dark brown hair with copper highlights in it. And he seems very polite, but also, what's the word? At a distance, if you will.
Reserved.
Reserved, yes.
And Elora, the mystic voice of the universe, will whisper into your mind. You've heard stories of people like Oyohusa. You recognize the skin tone. You can tell, as someone who has Fey heritage, from the eyes, the cheeks. Oh, this person looks like an elf. And from the skin tone and the color of the hair, you have heard of wood elves, one of the surface races. The matriarchs in the Underdark would tell you that they are traitors to the glory of Lolth, that they have betrayed the true essence of what it means to be an elf. They are weak. They are foolish, just like all of the races that are on the surface. For this is what the matrons and what the priesthood of Lolth teaches about every race that is not of the pure elven blood, the elven blood that gives their hearts, their worship, and their veneration to Our Lady of the many legs.
Oyo continues to pour the others tea, if they wish. Eric, you did not tell us about this one, no?
I did, in fact. I unloaded a lot of information on you rather quickly. But as I told you, there are two people in my life that mean more to me than anything else. And possibly a third. This is the one that is still with us.
And you have the audacity to leave. Don't forget that. She'll take a sip of her tea.
The man looks at the door. Can we lock that thing?
It is already locked. It cannot be opened unless I allow it.
Okay. Thank you. He takes the mask off into his other.
Aren't the miners still in here?
No, I think. Wait, are we still in? Are we in the room with the miners or without the miners?
Personally, I thought the miners were stuck upstairs.
That's what I'm asking. Are we in a room that the party is private in?
Oh, whoops! Hold on. Sorry, I was talking with my mic muted again. Let me tell you what my vision is. But no, let me not do that. Oyohusa, this is your tower. So how is your tower organized? Is there, I believe it's described as having 3 levels, but are those 3 levels subdivided? Like, is each level subdivided into separate chambers? How does your tower look?
There's some sleeping quarters in the secondary level, as well as the first level. But most of the first level is for supplies, perishables, and things like that to be stored in there. It's got a nice big hearth with a fire, and you can cook food in there with a kettle. And there's a small dining area. But the dwarves, they would have set up camp outside just for like dinner and things like that, and then they would come in late in the evenings. So I would envision them being out there, passing around their own custom stories and drinks and whatever, and they're just relaxing and eating after a hard day's work or a stressful day. And we are currently have the tower to ourselves privately.
Okay. What did you mean about the dwarves? There's no
the miners.
I'm sorry, the miners, not the dwarves.
Racist.
Segregation.
Racist elf at that.
It's D&D. It's D&D. If it digs underground, it's got to be a dwarf.
Okay. So the bellman looks around, still nervously, asking whether it was locked. He takes off the mask. Elora, this isn't what you think it is. The body isn't what we've come for.
What you expect we came for then? Leaving me all alone back there?
Because if I had told you, you wouldn't let me come.
Well, if one let you go alone, what did you think I should have done?
I thought wrongly that you would not respond at least for the next 8 hours if you responded at all. You're here early. This is terribly awkward.
Fine, let me.
Do you remember my violin teacher? Do you remember me telling you about Jacinda?
Yes.
Hello. Welcome.
Jacinda, she's sort of an adventurer. She went on a long journey, long after the Carol of the Bells. You see, Christine and Jacinda got along wonderfully. And the night things started changing between Christine and myself, Jacinda had made a wonderful event possible. And we all were great friends. And Christine on that night told her that if she ever needed help, that Christine would help her. And yes, I have told everybody about Christine, and I have showed them my face before. So, if you want to take that mask off, dear, only with these people, we're safe to be ourselves here. At least that much is true.
After she gets permission, I'm able to take her mask off. She'll take off her green mask and lay it on her lap. Just taking her time looking up and looking at everyone with it off now. Almost seeing in a new perspective.
Timing is everything. And I'm afraid I've made a mistake because you're about to make a very angry face.
But why'd you say that? You think I always come around with an angry face?
Oh no. They'll see an angry face, all right. Those two men that you met at the bell tower, they're my replacements.
They always
I'm
have their
going-
heads cut off.
You did what?
Nothing.
No, you.
Brother, I said almost. I wouldn't actually.
Okay.
Maybe.
Those two men are there to take my place while I keep Christine's promise to Cinda. We're going planewalking. And you're not coming.
Well, first, I think I've been extremely rude to everyone here. Yes, this is me. I am Elora Elois Delapine. I am the bellman's sister. If you didn't guess already, but you probably did. If you have even a little bit of brain. I'll keep it short, simple, and sweet. In some definitions, just like me. If you catch me in a good mood. As he wants to go off, play the bells, and apparently leave me by myself, go explore, I have my duties that I had to leave to be able to chase him down, and I ran my own little shop. And I thought I was doing pretty good. But everything has to change once in a while, right?
Just like that. No, listen. This is a promise made to somebody you've never met before. You've made it, Laura. The life Christine made possible is being led by you. Take it.
I choose to live my life the way I choose to live my life. If it is to follow you until I get what I want, or if I want to spread my wings with Griffey and go away, that is fully up to me and nothing that you make a decision for me.
It's perfectly fair if you make the decision about me.
Well, it's perfectly understandable if I want to tag along too. And have you ever thought about how Griffey felt? Griffey missed his play date 2 days after you left.
That's
How'd you feel
what
about
I did
that?
wrong. Play date.
Griffey missed his uncle. How'd you feel about that?
Oh. And that's why you're 8 hours earlier than anticipated, because of the... I'm an idiot.
Oyo's very observantly and quietly listening to these two, and he wants to make an insight on Elora and see if he can gather a little bit more information about her, what he can kind of size her up. Maybe it's perception, maybe it's insight. What do you think?
Well, Elora, this is a question for you, and you can either answer in voice chat or you can send a DM. Are you trying to or intentionally holding anything back, or are you just more or less waiting for people to ask you the right questions or ask you what they want to know, and you're happy to tell them?
She's open to talk about pretty much anything. She'll tell them the gist about her, but not in vivid detail.
Okay. Well, then yes, you can do an insight, and you can see whether you think she's receptive to questions or whether you're not sure about that, and then you can act.
I think I want to use perception and just see what she's wearing. Pay close attention if she has any tattoos or markings or anything strange about her, or just kind of like judging
the whole
a book
thing about her is strange.
kind of not really judging a book by its cover, but just seeing what the cover looks like.
Well, describe, Elora or Ivy. Describe what the casual observer would see. Now, Oyohusa has a passive perception of 24, so that's pretty good. So you can figure out what you think somebody with a really acute sense of perception would discern about you. But, if there's obviously something that if Ivy decides that Elora has a tattoo in a place that only somebody that really knows her well would ever see, then obviously that's not something that somebody could discern from you just sitting across the room from them.
Well, she's around 5 foot, and going on the joke of she looks like she weighs absolutely nothing. She had her mask, which was with almost like a masquerade mask with green ferns and leaves and all around, just to brighten up her eyes that stood out already as piercing purple. And if the piercing purple eyes didn't stand out enough, her hair was white down to the middle of her back, pinned together in like little tiny circles going on the back of her head. She holds herself with lots of posture, lots of dignity. She keeps her chin up high, and she doesn't really take shit from nobody. I'm allowed to say that.
Sure.
She's wearing a black cloak, just loosely off her shoulders, with some hide armor underneath. She has a shield on her back, which looks like it's in very good condition, made out of like a type of laminate wood, with little tiny decorations of lily petals and things like that. She drawed it on herself. On her side, she normally carries a scimitar, but right now it's on the floor next to her. And one thing that she keeps on playing with is on her left wrist, she has a bracelet with also lily pads and lilies and dragonflies on it. And her mask on her lap now. And something that shouldn't go unnoticed is her long, pointy ears sticking back to her head almost. So it's not sticking right out to the side saying, "Hey, I'm an airplane." But that's Elora.
And something for the party in general, this would probably be something that only other elves or people who have a lot of experience of dealing with elves would be able to tell. But would Eric and Elora say that they have a strong family resemblance? Because to your average dwarf or your average human or your average half-orc, probably for that matter, just because of the general shade of their skin and striking color of their hair and eyes, they would probably say that all drow look like they're related. But would do among other drow, would you say that Eric and Elora have a strong family resemblance?
Well, I do believe we said that we were twins.
Yes,
okay.
we established that in the last one, though. This
Okay.
is Gallibond's heard of that.
Fraternal twins. Okay.
Right.
All right. So yeah, that would be the kind of thing that Oyo with his passive could pick up as like, oh yeah, you look at kind of the way their eyes are set, the shape of the bridge of their nose, how their cheekbones are, and yeah, those two definitely look like they're related. So.
Mm-hmm. Does he notice if they're full drow or half or what?
Well, he's been told before that they're half drow.
Oh, that's
also,
true.
They favor the drow. They favor the drow look
Aesthetic?
over the human look.
Yeah.
Or aesthetic is fine there too. Aesthetic. Aesthetic is
I don't
fine.
know. It seemed like a pleasing word for the situation, okay?
Yeah, it works.
Don't ask me what it means, but...
Well, aesthetic would be their personal style, whereas the I think Oyo is asking for actual physical
appearance.
And I think both of them, they actually favor drow once they got their disguises off is probably what is probably where they're coming.
Right, but there's like clear distinctions between like half and full, but yeah, sure. Okay. And he's just listening still.
Unless Eric moves away, Galibar will put his hand on Eric's shoulder. And he'll say, "Well, I have several things to ask you to say.
Okay, Galibar, since you're going to take the floor, now that Ivy is sitting there and has a good chance to get a look at... Oh, wait. Ivy saw... You introduced yourself to Ivy last week, so all right. So she's already...
I already did my description.
Go ahead.
Stuff.
All right.
He'll say, "Well, I have several things to ask." Say, she seems fully capable of carrying herself with the work we do.
She is absolutely, sir. She's every bit my equal or better. We're different in approach, but we're very similar in a lot of ways. However, that's not my point. He glares over at Elora disapprovingly on this point.
Well, my point is she is her own person. And whether or not you want her with us, if she wants to be with us, I doubt you stop her. She has the griffin. She can fly. Second, as somebody who had to leave their sister behind and regrets it deeply, don't make the same mistake I did. And he'll take his hand off of Eric's shoulder.
Eric is wincing.
Elora will whisper into Eric's ear and says, "I think he'll be Griffey's new playdate partner."
Eric can't stand this. He's looking back at Elora. There's emotion in his eyes now showing. Wouldn't you say I've had the opposite experience? I remember last time I took somebody into some place they didn't belong.
Very well, but I do believe you have to keep this one thing in mind. You haven't left me alone just once. Not twice. But I'm not willing to make it the third time. So, you don't have to face these things alone. I will be inviting myself to be the +1. No charge necessary. As she'll give Eric a little pat on his head.
Oyo speaks up. Not to be rude, but we do not make such hasty decisions as a group. We must discuss this.
Oh no, don't worry. You guys don't need to discuss anything. I'll just be here silently. Shh.
I mean, do you really
Making
want
sure.
to leave her? Galibar will say, "Do you really want to leave her here? These people are kind of awful." Like, I've been to Ravnica. Those people are awful. These people are awful.
But they're better than what we experienced before. Wait, Ravnica. You're saying it's better in Ravnica?
The people in Ravnica are easier to deal with. Slightly.
I think
And that's better.
the answer lies within the beauty in one's eyes, you know? How do you say, it's in the eye of the beholder? No?
There has been one person here who didn't look at me.
Ravnica
At least in Ravnica, they looked at me as a soldier.
they are very much more advanced. I will give them that. Although we have not seen the capital city here, but I suspect it's so.
I was not talking technology. I was talking about the. These people treat me as if I'm a monster. Only one person.
Galibar, people fear what they do not understand. Try to not take it personally.
They refuse to understand. They are too caught up in their superstition to think otherwise.
Oh, Galibar, you got to look at the situation. It's a land full of demons, spirits, and vampires. Which it's hard not to get caught up in superstition.
The people here live in fear. Are you saying that in Ravnica they don't live in fear?
Honestly, Ravnica, they should live in fear. They're idiots.
I think it depends on who you are inside the society, which determines what you fear and what you do not.
To the point. Could we walk around without our mask in this place?
In Ravnica? I suppose.
They didn't seem very racist.
Well, they're very racist. It's not against.
Everybody except Eric and Elora, give me a history check. This is just to see what you recall from your time in Ravnica. Okay. Adamant, you recall that there were, yes, absolutely, Oyo. Dice curse is broken. Adamant, you recall that there were all kinds of races in Ravnica. You remember seeing goblins. You remember seeing humans. You remember seeing minotaurs. You remember seeing a lot. You're not so sure about dark elves, but Ken and Galibar, you do remember seeing dark elves that were on different strata of society. Some of them were well-respected captains of industry or leaders of the military. Others were, kind of run-of-the-mill shopkeepers. Others were sort of shady types that were in the shadows. So, yeah, I mean, dark elf walking around Ravnica, and people wouldn't bat an eye.
Galibar will say, well, there was others of your race there, but honestly, if you could avoid going to Ravnica, I would avoid going to Ravnica. Their world is dying.
I can tell you this. There is definitely all different kinds of races in Ravnica, and they make up many different layers of society there. I have seen some drow in higher positions. I think if you walked openly, it would not draw you attention. But if you did wear your mask, I think people would want to have answers, if that makes sense.
You would draw more attention with the mask. Although there was that guild of people who wore circus people, so they might just loop you in with those people.
Are you saying I'm part of a circus? Brother, what's
No, I'm
circus
saying-
again?
It's what I called these men the first time I met them.
Oh, right.
When they
So
arrived
they're
in
a
the
wonderful
tavern.
circus.
Sis.
Oyo
She
kind
has
of
a
smirks.
She has a bright smile on her face, thinking that she got it right.
Oyo gives a little chuckle. If it's circuses that you seek, you haven't seen nothing yet, my friend.
Yeah, that's the circus in Ravnica is led by a demon.
That is not quite true, Galibar.
That's what Xandri said.
Well, Xandri did not know everything. Especially since I am the one who is infiltrating that guild.
She seemed pretty mad.
She was very angry with me, yes. But I was against my better judgment in nature. I was quite open about my intentions, was I not?
Maybe. I did.
Oyo gives a serious look at Adamant. Maybe slightly looking for some acknowledgement.
I do question the wisdom of it sometimes, but it is what you do best.
Thank you for those kind words. But before it's all over, I promise you I'll see that house burned to ashes and its leader smoting on top of it.
I mean, aren't demon lords doesn't fire not hurt them very much?
I guess it depends. It was more of a metaphor, Galibar.
No.
Yes, there's quite a lot of problem with metaphorical language in this group.
I don't understand what you mean.
Exactly my point. Sir.
Half the group does not understand metaphor.
Oyo has a lot of patience. This group tests him nonstop.
Wait, I have a question. Are elves the only people that use metaphorical language?
Is this an in-game
No, that's
question
not-
or a
not-
question
that's-
to the
that-
mystic voice of the universe?
He's in game. He's like, wait a minute. The humans have a hard time when I make metaphors. This guy makes a hard time when I make metaphors. Oh, metaphorical language must be an elven thing. He's inquiring.
I like it. I like it. And like dwarvish is just sarcastic.
Well, since we have no humans in the party to defend themselves, I think we can make that canon. That elvish language is the birth language of metaphor. So.
Oh, but Christine knew some, and Tacinda would know some.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The elvish tongue is the birth language.
Oh, the birth language. I see what you're saying.
Of metaphor. So people have to either intentionally or inadvertently have enough knowledge of elvish culture to kind of understand metaphor. It's like...
And the history of the world.
Yeah.
Or just history in general. Yeah.
In the history of the multiverse, we'll say. It's like in this particular multiverse, this one where the Walker of Waterdeep exists, elves are the ones that birthed metaphor.
It's like telling a story, but shorten it down to a short statement. Like it's all encompassing, but you have to know the rest of the knowledge to get, you know what I mean? It's like a short version.
Yes. Yes. And that has to do with, regardless of whether you're a surface elf or a dark elf, since elves are so long lived, the version of an elvish bedtime story is like a 547 chapter history of the elvish people, told from the perspective of your particular subrace. So for the drow, it's bedtime stories filled with how the glorious and benevolent Mother Lolth strove to protect the elvish people, and how the high elves and the wood elves were seduced by the evil and wicked surface powers that wanted to burn them and subjugate them and enslave them to the lesser races. And despite the desperate pleas and supplications and heartfelt angst and love that the Mother Lolth showed them, they ran off and spurned her love and her protection. And now they must die for those crimes. And if you are a high elf, then you have your own version of the elvish history. And if you're a wood elf, you have your own version of history. But the parents get to tell those bedtime stories in great detail. And a lot of the metaphors of the elvish language come out of those histories. And every elvish child knows that, because by the time they are 47 and ready to get out of diapers, they understand now that complete history, and they have the context for what the metaphors mean.
Elora and Oyo slowly catches your eyes gaze, and he looks deep in your eyes, and he sternly says, "Are you sure you wish to join us? We are on a most grave and dangerous quest. And we do not know how it will end for any of us. It could be glorious, or we could end in ultimate doom.
Well, like I said, no discussion necessary. If you want me here, I'll be here. But if you don't, well, too bad.
Well,
Just
then
the
perhaps we
chaos.
should tell you what has happened up until now, and what lies ahead of you. For it will not be an easy task. And Oyo starts to explain the last several months and how they've transpired. And he'll weave in Tassendra and his party members, ex-party members. He'll explain about the gift, how they attacked, what their intentions are, and how we connected ourselves with the Ravnican people. How were basically political diplomats, attaches, if you will, for our world. And we kind of serve inside the Ravnican's society as those diplomats, and what the current mission that we're on now, and how we came to be in Estrad, how we met her brother Eric, and then the events leading up to today.
And viewers, yes, all of the past sessions are uploaded, but they're not all yet published. You'll find a playlist over on my YouTube channel called the Unedited Walker of Waterdeep, where you can go back and listen to that. Unfortunately, while I streamed, I did not realize I had to set the toggle to record the streams for about the first 20 sessions. So those, I don't know whether those exist anywhere or not. I haven't yet had the heart to go and ask the Twitch people if there's some, Wayback Machine version of Twitch where you can go back and recover those or not. But they may be lost to the ether. So I'll have to do some sort of a recap of the first 20 sessions as a post and throw that into the feed there on the YouTube channel. But those are all up there. So if you want to go back and listen, you can as soon as I get them all tagged and published. What I'm going through is I'm trying to go through and put timelines in there for people. So if they want to skip the pregame table talk and go right to the start of the session and then skip the break, they'll know the time markers that they can do that. And Eric, for your benefit, this may be a more complete accounting of what the party had done before they met you than you have had before. So you kind of hear a little bit more about their interactions with Tassenda, this person that you knew.
Right, and so none of them actually knew her on a personal level. In fact, how many of this current party have interacted with Tassenda?
Adamant and Galibar and Oyo have interacted with her. They all were employed by her.
Oh,
Galibar
Okay.
wasn't.
Oh wait, no, Galibar was not. Sorry.
Galibar was employed by Xanathar.
Yeah. Galibar had a connection to a former party member.
Yeah, it's just Oyo and Adamant.
Yeah, Oyo and Adamant.
So they are
Adamant didn't
mercenaries
really.
or adventurers, really, that Tassenda hired.
Mm-hmm.
Adamant didn't really have a chance to get to nowhere before the gift showed up.
Yeah, I think you may have met her once or twice while there was that whole business of looking for the embezzled gold.
Yeah.
Lord Neverember,
Mhm.
but
Yeah, Oyohusa knows her the most out of the party.
yeah.
He's been there from the beginning.
Yep.
What do you think of all this that I tell you, Elora? Does it sound like a nightmare or a grand adventure?
Yes. As she's overloaded with information.
Well, I'm hoping after we leave this place, it'll be less of a night. It's an adventure, the same.
Indeed. When we are done here on our mission, and in Strahd, we must go back to Ravnica and report. I think it would be wise to say that you are a new addition to our diplomatic party.
I mean, at least for her, would they? I mean, there's some resemblance there.
Indeed. I also think it would be wise for them to learn about the guilds that exist there, the houses, if you will, and depending on which ones they like and that might suit their talents, they should join it. And I think that they could gain knowledge and power from this. It would serve us well.
For another day.
She'll nudge your brother and say, "Oh, look, I guess I'm already in."
Elora, hear me. She paid a price for us. You got your world together. You're the golden child. You're the one that had the chances to survive, to succeed in the first place. I've been spending my time here pretending to be someone else. You've got your store. You've got a future. I don't want you doing this for me.
But who says it is for you? It can be for me. It could be for the angel. You never know.
No, it was for me when you started. Else you would not have come after me unless you thought we were going after the body, which we weren't.
Well, it wasn't all about the reason. It was about what I wanted to. And that I'll never tell you.
You'll never tell me what you wanted.
No.
You're telling me that you followed me here without knowing where I'm going for a reason you won't tell me, and you expect me to build.
Eric,
You see this? Do you see this, gentlemen? I play the world. My sister plays me.
I mean, she's a sister.
Oyo
Someone
just
needs to keep your loudness under control.
Oyo just calmly pours Eric a nice cup of hot tea, and he'll lovingly just hand it over. Try this, my friends. It will calm you.
Elora, if you die for this.
Don't talk nonsense. You think I'm going to die? Come on, we live in the moment.
And I've been here before, and it happened. The only thing I see is that there could be a better life for you.
And my better life is not to be decided to be left by myself.
You're making me feel selfish because I...
I mean, I
Alright.
would say more hypocrite than selfish, but
Oyohusa, it's not about how we die, it's how we lived. For we shall all surely die.
And the memories that we become.
It takes a lot longer for some of us to die than others. And we're not going to make it 1,000 years if we spend the rest of our lives on heartbreak.
I mean, out of everybody here, I might not even have like 30 years left on me. My people don't live very long. The rest of you could possibly make it about 500. But I'm not letting that stop me. My death will probably come a lot closer than you guys as well.
Adamant might very well out existence us all together.
Adamant will probably like retire to some museum where he'll be like a monument to gnomish technology somewhere.
I was built by dwarves, Galibar.
Yeah,
Hate
but the
dwarves.
gnomes seem to like you more.
Only because I was so well built, and I have plans.
Dwarves would make you into another piece of armor.
What are you talking about? I already am a piece of art.
Yeah, but I mean one that would actually be able to wear.
Why would anybody want to wear me?
They're dwarves. I don't know what they.
I'm too big for a dwarf.
Have you never seen a dwarf resize armor?
Galibar, I'm a living being.
Are you?
Yes.
In what sense? Why do I care? Why do I care? I don't know if you're a thing or a person or some sort of thing with a soul like the bells. Exasperating.
His name is Adamant,
my-
and he is my friend. And my brother. That is how
My-
you should see him.
My point was, do not let the chance of dying stop you from living. Even if you have a long life ahead of you with possibility of a long life. What if that long life is filled with regrets of not doing so, then what's the point? That's why I am always out doing things. I'm never like I don't allow myself to rest because I know I do not have time.
That's what I'm trying to figure out, but I know what I'm doing. My priorities are these. One, the legacy of the Angel of Music in Innistrad. Two, my sister's happiness. 3, and 4, having to do again with Tassinda and Christine's body.
Which is, as Oyo takes a drink of his tea.
At the very least, Christine should have had a proper burial. Proper funeral, as it were, here in Innistrad. I think the other place is called burials. But did she want to die? The first thing would be to talk to the dead. The second thing would be to bring her back if she wants to be brought back. But neither of those things are as important to me as Elora. And she's stonewalling me. Either that or thinking exactly the same thing I am and not willing to say so.
Well, I do believe that this is a battle that you're going to lose.
I always do.
At least you try, and that's what matters.
Does it? Yes, it does. I can't stop you, Elora. I never could.
And you never will.
I am curious. If you were to join our family, if you will, what talents and skills do you possess?
Well, for one, I'm very, very noticed on. I shall pull out a water flask and make some water just float up in the air and just move it all around. Put on a show with the water. Who doesn't want to get wet? No?
Elora is to nature as I am to the mind. We are problem solvers. Neither of us possessing nearly any of your talents in the physical. Both of us able to turn a battle in a moment's notice. The entire tide of battles have been changed simply because we came up with the right answers. That's what we do.
Or are you saying that you are druid touched?
I'm saying she's druid touched.
No, I was talking to Elora.
Well, if you have a plans, I'll show you. I'd rather show, not just tell, you know? It puts a bit more liveliness into it.
Words
know-
are my thing.
I know much about druids. It is well known amongst my people. It is a gift, a great gift, and powerful, strong forces granted by nature itself. None of us possess such abilities among us. I would be honored if you joined us.
Well, I'm glad to be at your guys' service. But not service, but more like comrade. Is that right? Wording it right? Eric, you play with words. You tell me.
You are a comrade or a party member, yes. You're not at our service, because then you'd be a mercenary to a bunch of mercenaries. You'd be a hireling to a hireling. You're
But
not.
that's why I corrected myself.
And you did it rightly. Actually, there's something I'm thinking about. Elora, how brave are you feeling?
Well, I just flown my Griffey all the way here, and then I went to a cave.
Yes, I
and
noticed
I fought
that.
a big, huge machine with a lot of devilish, impy thingies.
Braver. Elora, we discovered something in that cave down there. A portal to the Underdark. Inside a mine. Mine's been abandoned for decades. The miners are ready to move in, but there's a ton of ore. Seems to me that if the village wanted to, they could fulfill our bargain with them and then continue occupying the mine. But there's a passage to the Underdark. How committed to this are you? Because I'm saying this. I can never show my face, because if the bellman is a drow when they're not ready, that's the end of the legacy. But you could. If the miners want to live here, if the miners want to work here, to occupy this place, they're going to need to know what we look like. So my question to you is, are you willing to show your face? Are you willing to lose the masked fate?
As much as I
Galibar,
love,
Galibar will speak up and say, it might not be a smart idea. They do think she's kind of like, a heretic or something, because she has a pet griffin.
There's a risk.
Wouldn't it just make your race look worse to them?
Not if the bellman is speaking for her.
well, they
Galibar.
did choose like Griffey, say that he was from like the heavens and things like that. So wouldn't they apply us to the Griffin?
No.
I mean, I heard what they said. They I don't think they listen.
If the bellman tells them that, like humans, there are good ones and bad ones, will they listen to that? Because if they either have to know that there are drow here and leave, or be warned what drow are and stay. You understand? We can, in the same gesture as we undo some of their fear, we can make the village wealthier.
We could seal it.
Yes, we could seal it. We will seal it either way, in fact. We'll have them seal it with metal. But that doesn't mean that it'll always be there. Secondly, if the Drow have built at least 2 portals to this area within Innistrad, within what is for the elves a short period of time, then there's something going on here, and it's expected that other Drow may appear. This place is of interest to Drow for reasons we don't know. That's what I'm saying. We have a chance to stand against the racism that has forced us to wear our masks. If they don't accept it, no. No, I think you're right. I may have asserted it myself. If they don't accept it, it becomes a problem for the bellman, doesn't it? Not as much a problem, but still a problem.
They did receive me very well back in town at the tavern that night.
Yes. Because I spoke for you. And because you handled yourself well and honorably. And that's it. If they see Elora handling herself well and honorably, then they may be able to accept that there are good ones and bad ones.
I think the music of my people, of my homeland, helped a lot.
To open the door, I think it was your behavior that helped the most.
Well, you're entitled to your own opinion.
And am I entitled to more tea?
Yes, please help yourself. I have other blends, depending on what flavors you like. Or perhaps maybe you would like to sleep very well tonight, no?
Well, Laura gets a weird vibe from that and looks at her brother for reassurance. Oh, what did he just mean?
Teas. I'm surprised you hadn't heard, dear. There are herbs that, when consumed, allow an easier rest during the night.
Oh, I think I have some of those in my shop that I
Yeah.
left.
They make tea out of it. The teas can be made out of it.
Teas can be made out of many things from nature and have all different kinds of special properties. You could say it is a hobby of mine. One I have thousands of hours in practice.
Do you have your own shop too?
No, I did not.
He's a wood elf. They know all about nature and things.
But I did learn much from my monastic teachings as well.
Mr. Galibar seems to know about these things too. Maybe not herbs.
I'm not much for plants, but I do know animals.
You
Well,
did not answer me, Elora. What would you like?
Just the tea that I've been having now that everyone's been sharing. If there's any of that left.
Oyo just gracefully pours what's left in her cup.
Well, it does appear that I have a lot of learning to do about around here. So I'll be more than glad to learn about all the plants and animals, and if you guys are willing to teach me as well.
I think that we can learn from each other, no?
Very well.
Galibar looks excited for a second. Seems like he remembers something, and he go to a clear spot on the floor and start meditating to have the bear spirit appear. So she can get
Yes. Meet the newest icon of good fortune, by the way, Elora. They killed off one of the bucks by running it out of town, so we replaced it with this guy. From now on, they're going to think they have both.
so for the spirit animal of this one is actually known for being
Not anymore.
no, not so much.
Not here. Anyway, I mean, he is actually a hunter, but he's known because we brought him into the scene. They could maybe think he was a hunter. Or at least remember that.
Bears are the forest. They consume all they're not carnivores. Are eat both the plants and the animal in balance.
I will tell you this, Elora. We do not have a ranking system among us, if you will, but I have been here the longest, and although I do not have the last say in almost everything that we do, my opinion is weighted. So do not feel that you do not have any say-so in group matters. We usually talk things out.
Well, it seems to me talking things out in the beginning turned out to be the good side. And she'll shoot a glare at her brother again, saying that she's staying. She's gonna constantly be doing this all night. Come on.
It's a matter. You see, nothing more powerful than the drow female.
I'm pretty sure that is sisters in general.
You know, we had one amongst us. She was part drow as well. She is no longer with us. She's on a more divergent path, and we wish her well. And we miss her. But in a small way, you remind me of her.
Has that been the reason why you've been giving me a weird eye all night?
I have done no such thing.
She'll try and make her posture the same as his and then just glare right in his eyes.
My friends, I think
thought
that
of
we
that
have
one.
had a very good conversation. And he'll
And
slowly
one
get
from
up.
which you wish to suddenly remove. Goodbye. I know that feeling too.
Yeah.
He goes and puts the kettle on the rack in the hearth.
Okay. As Oyohusa gets up to go put the kettle on, everybody except Galibar, or everybody except Oyohusa and Adamant can make me a perception check. I want to find out what you guys learn before I tell those two what they discern.
You said perception?
Perception, yes.
Interesting. Was not expecting something like this.
Galibar is deep in contemplation. Oh yes, it catches your ears, Eric.
My Roll20 page has apparently disconnected me, so just give me 1 sec.
All right. Yeah, Elora, you're contemplating a lot of what you have heard.
I was too focused on matching Oyohusa's stare
Yes.
that I creeped him out so hard enough that I'm worried that I creeped him out hard enough that he's going to kick me out now.
Okay. For everybody who rolled above an 18, or who has a passive above 18, you hear a distant sound outside the tower, quickly followed by a closer sound outside the tower. The distant sound is the sound of the howl of a wolf raised in the night. And the closer sound is the sound of booted feet running in panic towards the door of the tower.
Blast! Everyone outside.
Oh, don't tell me my pet wolf came too. That would be awkward.
And there's quickly a banging on the door of the tower, and you can hear Radu's voice. Oh, Mr. Oyohusa, please let us in. Let us in. We hear the creatures of the night outside. We must get in where it is safe. Please let us in. Please let us in.
Gentlemen, let us prepare. Eric says, referring to his mask, actually. He passes quickly, dear.
Well, you told me to keep it off.
I'm asking you if you want to make that choice. I would never tell you to take that off. But the bellman has to be here.
Oyo speaks a few seconds in a mumbled touch, and he'll say, "Sorridor," and the door will open.
Elora will quickly put her on. Not
Okay.
the right timing.
Okay. So, yes. When you unlock the door with the command word, Radu quickly opens it, and the miners rush in. And after hearing what he said, and with the door open, now the rest of you can hear. It's kind of far off, but maybe not as far off as you might have thought. Perhaps maybe 100 yards off. You can hear the sound of one wolf howling, and very close to that wolf, the sound of other wolf-like voices raised in response.
Are we able to leave the tower without Oyo opening the door?
No.
Those of you who have the means of flying can always run up to the roof and use that, because we've set precedent for that. People have left the tower that way before. So if you guys can fly, you can get off of the roof of the tower. If you wanted to, you could jump and land and probably take some falling damage, unless you have a way of mitigating that. But otherwise, no, you cannot leave. There's only one proper door in or out.
If Galibar is going to try the door first, does Oyo
Oyo said the command word, and the door's open, and the miners are running in, so the door is open.
Okay, so Galibar is going to go out the door as the miners.
Okay.
With his great axe.
Galibar, I will be closing this door soon. You sure you wish to go out?
You can go ahead and close it.
Elora, those
just
thugs that
looks.
recently appeared in our village were a group of lycanthropes. If a pack of wolves is approaching fortress, that's not likely. This is probably their answer to us wiping them out.
We will be safe in here, I can assure you.
Our job is not to be safe.
All right, so
I will remind you that we have not rested. I'm sure that everyone is weary. Let's not be too hasty in picking extra battles for today, no?
The battle picked us.
okay. We are getting close to taking close to a time when we can take our break. But before we do, let's resolve this. And by resolving this, I mean we'll figure out what Galibar wants to do when he sees what's out there. So, Galibar, you head outside the tower. Let me go ahead and move us to the map here.
Adam is going to go with him.
Adamant will go with him. Okay, I will grab your
question.
Sure.
So we know the reason why the wolves are coming, or no?
You all know that it sounds like there's multiple wolves and or werewolves, and that they are closer than one would probably like to have werewolves, but they're not like right outside the door.
Okay.
Does Galibar see anything coming?
You see off in the distance, to the south. I'm going to go ahead and open up some of this area here. More of this area just so we can have kind of a little area in case we need it. You see off to the south a number of figures. And it looks like wait, what's the range of your dark vision, Galibar?
60 feet.
Okay, yeah, you don't, because it's too far away. You can hear them, but you can't see them. So I won't reveal them just yet.
Galibar, we shouldn't stay outside.
I'm not going to be a coward and stay inside the tower like the miners. If there is
It's
to be
not
a fight,
coward.
there is to be a fight.
How is it cowardly to get rest when we need it, Galibar?
I'm fine as I. Don't worry, I'll try.
Are you two coming? I'm closing this door very soon.
Galibar, you've become much more reckless. You're going to get yourself killed. We should go inside. We still have a job to do.
Last I checked, wolves can fly.
Wait, what did you say?
Wolves can't fly.
Galibar has his boots.
Galibar.
I would just like to point out, like, if you get on top of the roof, it's not really the people that can go like directly back into the tower. It's the people that relieve the people. So it's like it's open from the inside.
Right.
It's got a locking mechanism. If it's locked, you're not going to just be able to fly up there and be like, open it really quick.
I could still stay up on top of the tower.
He could get up on top of the tower, and if he gets into trouble and yells, somebody can open. But yes, Oyohusa is correct. Once that hatch to the roof is closed, if it's locked, which normally when you guys are out of the tower, you keep it locked, or the miners keep it locked. That can't be opened from the outside. It has to be opened from the inside of the tower. So Galibar could get up to the roof, but then he would need to have somebody let him in through the hatch up there.
If it would make you happy, Galibar activates his boots and flies up to stand on top of the tower.
Come, Adamant. I think Galibar wants to take the first watch, no?
That's what it seems like. And Adamant's going to go inside.
Sorry.
Okay. And the door locks and closes behind Adamant after he returns inside. All right. So we'll let Adamant go in. We'll put Galibar up here. I'm going to take the rest of these guys here just so they don't get confusing, and put them on the GM layer. Galibar, the head of your trophy, is also on the GM layer, so it's there, but you guys can't see it. What you do notice eventually, Galibar, is a group of creatures. And these are creatures that appear to be larger than normal, wolves. They're not quite large creatures, so they're not quite the size of dire wolves, but they are larger than normal wolves, and they come. Yeah, they'll come to once they get within range. You will see them. It looks like there's not one, but probably two alpha type creatures. And then there are about 6 other wolves that are sort of arrayed behind them. And they are coming up kind of slowly, and they go, as they approach, they go to sort of make a wide circle around the tower. Not a circle where they, just stop, but they kind of are walking around and they're sniffing, and some of them go over to the recently abandoned camp where the miners were just having their meal, and they sniff around that, and there's growls, and one of these alphas sits on its haunches and just glares up at the roof of the tower at Galibar. Glares in a way that is not very beast-like. It has more intelligence than a beast should have.
Galibar will activate his boots more and fly up about 50 feet off the ground. He'll fly up to about here. He'll yell out, "Do not make me regret sparing your people the first. Leave."
And there is a sound from, we'll say a sound from this one here, where it seems like a growl. But then it's kind of a guttural sound, and it's kind of a halting sound. And then you realize, well, if wolves had a sense of humor, this is probably what it would sound like if a wolf laughed. Kind of a menacing laugh. And as it does, the other wolves, they raise their voices and howl. And it's kind of a howl that sounds like a challenge.
I'll draw my axe and just make it shine in the moonlight as it. Adamant is about the same color as silver, wouldn't it be?
Yes.
So I'll just show them my great axe. And Galibar says, "I saved your people from and I let the rest run. Do not make you all. I have very little."
Okay, are you intending this to be an intimidation?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and make me an intimidation check.
Come on, dice gods. Let this. 14.
They don't seem terribly impressed. The 2 alphas will go and they will take up positions. Each one of them will go approximately. Oh, actually, I have more room there. I can open up more of this. Fine, good. I'm glad of that, so I can make things a little more open. Oh, I know why I did that. It's because of the background. Okay, well, never mind. The two alphas will go and get approximately they'll stay approximately 45 feet away from the tower, each in a slightly different direction. And one of them will go right up, or will actually summon one of the other wolves, and will kind of do a series of growls and yips and vocalizations to it, and then that one runs off. And the other 5, they go and they take up positions around the tower that look like they're probably just out of the range of like a short bow or something. But you don't get the impression they're going away. You get the impression they are settling in. Like maybe they intend to lay siege to this place or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Galibar will cast message, sending it to Oyohusa.
Okay.
He will say, "We have werewolves surrounding us. I tried to talk to them, but they did not listen. We're going to have to fight them."
Do I get to reply?
I'll click L.
Message, I think you do. I think a message allows a reply. Let me just double check the message spell. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, you have to know. Cast a spell through solid objects if you're familiar with target and know it is beyond the barrier. Okay, yes. Magical silence, a foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood blocks the spell. A spell doesn't have to follow a straight line. It can tell feet around corners or openings. Yeah. Okay. So there's that trapdoor. So yeah, I mean it can go. You know where Oyohusa is. And the target and only the target hears the message and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear. So yes, Oyohusa, you're the only one that hears the message and you can reply.
Galibar, we will be safe in the tower. We will deal with it in the morning. Come get some rest.
Galibar will go back on top of the tower.
Okay.
And he will, I guess, rest, but he's just going to stay on top of the tower. And that's where he'll. And if anything happens, he will be right.
So Galibar is after all volunteering for first watch, I guess.
Yeah, Adam is going to go up there with him. Galibar's not going to come inside.
After Oyo is done serving the miners some hot teas and whatnot, he's going to settle in for his meditational rest so he can watch the rest of the night when he needs to.
Okay. I'm going to take these tokens of the miners and move them off the tower. That way, I just realized I grabbed something thinking it was a miner, and it turned out to be a PC that was in the same space as a miner. So I'm going to put these guys out of the way. We will, in fact, get an opportunity to take a long rest. And I'll go ahead and set the rest of the bunch over here
Wow.
in the tower.
I've got to unclick every spell to make everything available.
Okay. And we will go ahead and we will take our break.
Alrighty.
That's what we will do. All right. It's 10 till the top of the hour, so let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We'll come back at the top of the hour, and we will see what's going to happen with these hair wolves. These here werewolves. All right. So, stream, thanks for hanging out. We're going to take a little bio break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. I will put on some music for your listening pleasure.
Is it
It's-
bad? All I can think about is Elora turning to her brother and saying, "Can I help too? Can I help too?" Because it's what she likes to do.
If we kill the main werewolves before we kill the wolves, Galibar is totally going to make them try to make them. Because if we kill the alphas, we are the alphas. And you could totally transform into a wolf, can't you?
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Like, if I go there as a wolf, I'm a wolf.
Can you transform into a dire wolf?
I'm not sure. I have to check.
They are CR1.
No, half. I think
Dang it.
I can only turn into.
So you can't turn into a dire. Because that probably would have given you advantage. Because you are much bigger than them. But yeah, Galibar would totally hold up the head of one of the werewolves and try to make them submit.
Here's a question though. Don't we still have that big, huge head outside?
Yeah, but it's not the same effect.
Yeah, but wouldn't they try and eat it?
It's mostly not anymore. Galibar kind of already made it. He already cleaned most of it, if not entirely. So, not to mention, skulls tend to not have that much meat on them.
True.
There might be a pile of its brain on the ground. If its brain's on its head. Because, worm.
I can turn into a wolf and I can turn into a giant wolf spider. Does this count? No? Okay.
No, a giant wolf spider is not going to help. But
Who isn't scared of spiders? They give everyone the heebie-jeebies.
I'm pretty sure these wolves are way stronger than a giant wolf spider.
I'm fine with spiders.
Same.
Well, then you're
They
a special
kill
type of
other-
crazy.
Spiders kill all of the worst pests. And then ladybugs kill the spiders.
However, I did come up from the basement one day and had a little bitty spider making a web hanging off the lens of my glasses. I was like, hey,
woke up
you
with
can't do that.
I woke up with a brown recluse on my arm one time. I woke up, flicked it off my arm, and went back to sleep.
The only time I've been freaked out by a spider, I was working on my engine on an old car, and there was a black. I happened to reach in and just saw a black widow just in time not to get attacked. Like, oh no!
When I was when I was a kid, I went over to somebody's house and they had a pet giant tarantula, and they let it crawl on my arm, and I was like, yeah, these aren't scary. Not nearly as scary as other things.
I would actually say a brown recluse was scarier than a tarantula.
Yeah. I live in West Virginia. They are everywhere.
Ugh.
This is like the most damp state. They are more common than house spiders here. But like I woke up, saw one on my arm, just flicked it off, and went flying somewhere, and I just went back to sleep.
Give him back.
I think the most irritating thing I've had crawling on me was we had a mouse at one point in the house we had in my parents' house, and it was a smart little son of a bitch.
Mice are really smart. Same with rats. They're all kind of smart.
We had a bat get into the house like a month or so ago. It was either a vampire bat or a snub-nosed bat because it had the short face. Something. I was like the only person in the house. As soon as I saw it, I went to go grab something to catch it.
But bats are cute. Sadly, I don't have any like around my house or anything, but I do have deer, I have bunny rabbits, I have all the good stuff.
When it comes to bats, depending on the type of bat, they could be carrying diseases.
True. Like coronavirus.
No, animals can't get that.
They can carry it though.
I woke up one night and there was a possum staring through my window. All I saw though was a pair of shiny black eyes, slanted ovals, just staring in my window. Scared the shit out of me. I ran outside to see what the hell it was. I just see this fat little possum walking off. What it can be. I was like, you little.
I know earlier last week I was just here playing D&D and I just seen my cat start growling at something outside my window. And I'm like, what the hell? So I checked what it was. It was a raccoon. And Vernon, I think you were here when I was freaking out about this. What were you?
I think it was very bad.
Yes. So I went up to my window and I was checking it. And then I was like, oh, there's two! No, they were still continuing to multiply. There was at least 6 of them. There was 6 of them outside my fucking door.
Actually, you talked about this time. You told me about this time. It wasn't actually at that time.
It's a lot of raccoons. What the heck did you have that they wanted?
Wow, I didn't even hear this story.
I know I was with Gally and someone. It was Thursday. Last week.
I thought that's when you were just talking about it, as if it was something that had happened before then.
No. Like, it did happen. Like, there's a raccoon. What do I do? What? Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. And then we started talking about raccoons. I don't think you mentioned about the. For some reason.
Yeah, I remember you saying there was one, and then I heard you say, "Oh my gosh, there's another one," and I
And there were
didn't
more
hear.
times when it was 3 or 4.
Wow, I think we said that if you needed to, you could probably call the local animal control people,
Yeah.
and they would.
Yeah, I remember
they would-
having a conversation about it, but I don't remember like anything about 6.
Yeah, no, there turned out to be fucking 6 on my doorstep. And like 3-4 days later, they came back on my other doorstep. And they were
Yep.
trying to get through my patio. And I'm like, what the hell?
It's a family of raccoons. They're just out dumpster diving.
Yeah, there.
Disney was filming the live action version of Over the Hedge.
Something like that. Yes.
Back to the
Okay. All right. Nice. I was watching a little bit of that last night while I was trying to fall asleep. I just had the NASA channel on my computer, but while we have been playing, the Dragon crew has returned. They splashed down in the Gulf, just off of Pensacola. So normally when they used to do that, I think they used to splash down in the Atlantic, but with that tropical storm, which also seems to be continuing to suffer its issues with shear and dry air blowing off of the peninsula, that thing seems to be struggling to maintain its strength, but which is good. The thing has already killed 1 or 2 people in the Caribbean, so hopefully it doesn't hurt any more people. Our listeners and anyone else who happens to be in the path further north, hope you stay well. Right now, as I look outside the window, the sun is shining. There are patches of blue sky here in Orlando. The trees tell me there's a moderate breeze, but when I was going to the kitchen to grab something to drink, there are a couple of neighbors out mowing their grass. So apparently it's not that affecting us that badly here yet, and hopefully it does not.
Well, it's
There's
Florida.
always those weirdos, so.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. In Florida, there would be certain people that would do that while it was going on.
Yeah. And you know, let's be clear. It is 4 p.m. In an August afternoon in Florida. And there are people out mowing their grass. So, you know, this kind of tells you the state of mind of the people anyway. And it's like, you know, if it's 4 p.m. in an August afternoon in Nova Scotia and people are out mowing the grass, okay, that makes sense. But in Florida, no. It's like you get all that stuff done before 8 in the morning.
It just makes sense. It just doesn't quite as badly not make sense to do that at 4 p.m. in Nova Scotia.
Okay, well, let me reset us to the game map. Hopefully everybody is back from break now. And yes, so you all are going to settle in for a long rest. Who is on the first watch? Is anybody taking that watch with Galibar?
Well, Adamant's always on watch.
Okay. Well, Adamant is Adamant. Adamant has to shut down at some point. So is he going to shut down during the period of first watch? We know he has his passive awareness, but
yeah, he's
okay.
He gets addressed, but
Okay. Well, okay. You need to answer the question that I'm asking. You don't need to answer, is Adamant's passive perception always on. You need to answer, is he actively or is he shutting down during the first watch period?
He's going to shut down during the first watch.
Okay, all right. Okay. Is anybody else not going to shut down during the first watch with Galibar? Is anybody going to be up on the roof at the same time Galibar is? Okay. Well, then in that case, we are going to start with Adamant, actually. Adamant, my friend.
Yar.
I would like for you to make a wisdom check for me, please. This is a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I rolled a natural 6.
A natural 6, a 13 is
Yep.
the modified wisdom save. All right. A 13 is not going to cut it.
That's bad.
Okay. Adamant, you are aware of your surroundings, and you're aware that a mist rises in your surroundings. At least you perceive a mist. And something about that mist tickles your mind, like there's some sort of, almost like some sort of threat in the mist. But you find that you cannot rouse yourself to alert the others. And you feel yourself floating. Adamant is not used to the concept that other sentient, fully biological races have of either dreaming or daydreaming or, visions in meditation, things like that. But he feels himself floating. And you can't really tell what direction you're floating, but you get the sense that you're moving at an impossibly fast speed over a blanket of mist. And when the mist begins to clear, you find yourself in a great swamp. And in the far distance, you can see the shape of a large house, probably some kind of a manor house, probably something the size that a noble would have for themselves. You think about the houses that you're familiar with in Waterdeep. This looks like if it were in Waterdeep, it would fit in well in the noble's quarter, but it's just kind of out in this swamp, and it's on like a little area of raised ground that's in the swamp. There's motion closer to you, and you can see the shambling forms of undead, including you can see undead forms that would tower over ogres. And the thing that's the most disturbing about these particular undead is not their size, but the fact that some of them have like 3 arms. Some of them have 2 heads. And all of them are clearly made up of the cadavers of multiple people that have been stitched together. and one that has two heads kind of, it turns in your direction, and its third arm, which is kind of like attached in the middle of its rib cage, raises and points towards you with a withered hand. And its one mouth opens and it lets out kind of a roar, and the other mouth opens and it lets out an evil giggle. And it begins sort of lumbering in your direction on legs that are mismatched. One is clearly longer than the other. And it's coming towards you, and you just feel yourself helplessly drifting closer and closer and closer to it. And there's a rumble of thunder off over that way, and there's like a little flash of lightning. And off to your right, you notice a distinctive looking tree. It's a dead tree with kind of a white bark that looks like it was killed by one, if not more, powerful strokes of lightning. And it grows up with a single trunk to about 30 feet, and then it splits into 3 different trunks. It looks like a twisted trident type of shape, and then it just all of its naked limbs hanging off of those 3 tines. And as you turn back, that big shape is lumbering closer to you, and it's continuing to laugh and continuing to laugh. And as it reaches out to you, your vision clears and you're back in the tower.
His eyes light up and he looks around. Interesting. And not just really in a good way.
Oyohusa, roll me a wisdom save.
Did Galibar not have to make a wisdom save?
No, Galibar is on watch.
Oh, yeah.
May not be there. There it is.
Oh, no, there it is. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, Oyohusa, you're meditating. And so far, you haven't found meditating in Innistrad to be too different from meditating anywhere else. You're very sensitive to your surroundings, and each place that you go, like you got used to the fact that there was always this constant hum, almost like the city was a living being when you were in Ravnica, where it was like there was just like this thrumming of life that you always noticed when you were meditating, but it didn't impede you meditating. And here, there's this vibe that you've gotten every time you've meditated, that the veil between the natural world and the spirit world here is like gossamer. Just very, very, very thin veil. And it would not surprise you at all if there were actually places that it was ripped wide open and that there was no barrier between this world and the spirit world here. It's just got that sort of creepiness to it. It hasn't ever impeded you from your meditation when you're getting a rest. Tonight, though, as you're meditating, a mist rises and you feel like there's a threat or a danger in the mist. And so your instinct is to want to, snap to, and yet you can't. You feel trapped in this. And just like Adamant, you feel yourself moving, but you recognize when you've been on vision quests before, you recognize sort of the sensation of traveling in a vision quest. Usually you are focusing on something you want, and you recognize that some sort of guide, seen or unseen, is taking you towards that. This time, you have no idea where you're going or what is leading you there. But you get that same sensation of sort of traveling as the mist just billows around you. And you find yourself in a swamp. And you see kind of off to the west of you. Off to your west, you see that there is a large house kind of on a raised bit of ground in the middle of this swamp. And you see undead creatures milling through the swamp. They're clearly all kinds of undead, some of them enormous, some of them skeletal. All of them look like the remains of humans. But you can recognize things that look like ghouls, things that look like wights, things that look like zombies, and some kind of zombies like you've never seen before. And they look pretty tough, some of these do. But your eye is caught by a spark of something that appears to be maybe 500 yards to the north of this house. And, as your eye is caught and you're curious about it, now you get the sensation that you're more in control because you begin to move towards where you saw this spark. And you see this tree. It is something like the bowl or the rotted stump of a enormous oak tree that has been swallowed by the swamp. Probably it died because it got flooded out and was getting too much water. Oaks, unlike some trees, are not, can't survive in standing water. And this glow appears to be coming from inside the hollowed out stump of it. And as your gaze draws you closer and closer to it, you suddenly see an enormous undead hand rise up out of the water, its fingers opening as it reaches towards you, and it's just about to grab your face. And you wake up and you're back in the tower. Or you don't wake up, the vision fades and you're back in the tower and you're fully aware of your surroundings. Elora, roll me a wisdom save, please. Okay. Your meditation passes without event. Bellman, roll me a wisdom save, please.
Meditation save, yes.
Oh. Oh.
I'm the only one that passes. Look at that.
You're meditating, and you sense this mist rising, and the mist has this sort of menacing sense to it, and you try to shake yourself awake, and you can't, and you start to feel pulled by this mist, and you, like Oyohusa, you understand sort of when you get deep into meditation and you focus on something, sometimes you feel like you almost travel to the place that you're focused on, and you get that sense that something like that is happening, except you don't have any control and you have no idea where you're going because you're not focused on anything. And you become aware that you're in a swamp. And over to your east, you see this large house, like a house for nobles, sitting on this raised patch of ground in the swamp. And you notice the shapes of undead moving around in the swamp, all of them appearing to be undead of some kind of human type. Those big ones, you don't know what those are, but the ones that you're close enough to, you can tell that they're all basically animated remains of humans. And your gaze falls on this house, and you begin to feel yourself pulled towards the house. And you draw closer to it, and as you get closer, you see that suddenly there's a light, like a lantern, that is struck in one of the windows on the lower floor of the house. And you see that this window is actually part of a set of double glass paned doors that looks out on a veranda. And you feel yourself being drawn closer and closer to this veranda. And the light flares from the lantern, and one of these doors opens, and a woman, a human woman, steps out from the door, and she has a lantern, and she's got black hair and pale skin, and there's like maybe blemishes or something that are on her face, but without those blemishes, she would be attractive for a human. And she's got long dark hair, but across her brow you can see a wide silver circlet that she's wearing that has some sort of design that raises up across the band right above her nose. And she's holding this lantern in her hand, and she looks in your direction, and there's a smile that comes to her lips. And as she smiles, you can tell it looks like she has filed her teeth, because all of her teeth, instead of looking kind of flat like human teeth do, they all look like they are pointed in an unnatural way. And she turns behind her and she says, "Geralf, brother, come, look." And there's some movement behind her, and you see a taller man who is wearing an eye patch or like a lens over one eye that is with a leather strap around his head, and he looks around beside her, and her other hand is now outstretched, a finger pointing towards you, and he smiles, and you see he has the same kind of pointed teeth, and he says, "Oh, I haven't seen your kind before. Sister, this is going to be a lot of fun." And the two of them just laugh. And then you suddenly wake up, and you're back in the tower.
Yowie wowie.
And you notice nearby that Adamant is blinking and looking around, and Oyohusa is kind of he doesn't look like he's in that relaxed sort of meditative trance that you know that elves are in when they are recharging.
Did Oyo hear him say that?
Yeah, did Bellman say that out loud? Did he say "owie yowie" out loud or not?
Yowie wowie. Yeah, yowie wowie. For a couple of things.
But the question is, did he say that out loud, yes or no?
It's sort of a mumble. It's sort of
Oh, okay. Yeah, with your 20, with your 20 whatever, Oyo, yeah, you would hear that in the same room where you are.
What disturbs you, Bellman? As Oyo speaks to you, but he doesn't open his eyes or anything. He's in his posture.
different bad dreams than normal.
Yes, I can tell you that while I was in my trance, I know that you must sleep, but I had a disturbing vision, I guess, as you would say. What did you see in your dream?
Pooling, being lured into somewhere against my will through moving about undead, through large undead of some sort, toward a large house, sort of the ilk that we had in the village when we invaded the lycanthropes. Perhaps a bit better, at least better maintained in its way than the lycanthropes were. And something within. Sharp teeth, but I don't think they're vampires. 2. The female sees me first. The sister. Then the brother. I seem to amuse them.
Did you get a good look at this house? Was it on a hill? Was it a large manor?
Yes, again, house on a hill, large manor, sort of like we did when we fought the lycanthropes, except just not as broken down.
I have too seen this manor. Did you see a tree?
Well, someone wishes the tree.
I said, did you see a tree? A great hollowed out tree. A stump in the swamp. There was a great magical glow coming from inside the tree.
Tree. I was actually more concerned with being out of control. I'm certain that I went through, but there was nothing. It wasn't quite so important if I did, which I must have, because of the area that I was in.
Gallibond, I have a question.
Sure.
Does this
Yeah.
that glow I saw coming out of this huge hollowed out flooded
Yeah.
tree, is there a way for me to discern if maybe that's where our next location that we have to go? Is this what the item of Descendants we were looking for? I forgot the name of it, but like a memory shard or something like that? Or is this maybe not related?
All you know is what you saw in your vision. The fact that there was undead shambling around and swamp, that certainly could have felt like it was Innistrad. But you're not sure of anything other than what you saw. Now you can do what is it? It's not an insight, because an insight is trying to read another person. But what would be a good one to try to interpret what your dream was? Would that be a wisdom check? What do you guys think?
I was
Wisdom
gonna
check.
say intellect.
Dream interpretation as a wisdom thing instead, not an intelligence thing.
It
Yeah, go
depends
ahead.
on what you think the art is, really. If it's symbolism
go ahead and make
interpretation, then it's
Yeah.
if it's because I know what my dreams mean in life, and because I've heard about other people talking about their dreams, then it's wisdom.
Okay, so wisdom.
Okay. Okay. I guess that was a double because Roll20 was being slow.
I don't know. I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. It could be, but you don't have any certainty of it. It certainly might be something related to the next part of your mission. I mean, that's been something that's kind of been in the back of your minds for a while now. So maybe subconsciously something was trying to give you an indication. It's curious that wherever you were seeing seems to be similar to where similar but not exactly to where Eric was seeing. And it looks like for some reason, okay, that's weird. On the computer, the stream is still up on my phone. It says "Be right back," so it must be something on the Wi-Fi on my phone. That is.
I'm on the stream right now. It says "Be right back."
Oh, it does? Because on. Okay. Huh. All right. Well then, did we do something?
Did I get demonetized with all my swearing?
It's still recording.
I'll take that as a possibility.
No, don't be misled. There's one viewer, so
Okay.
that viewer is not the auditor.
Are you seeing this? Okay. Did you just see what I typed?
I see it. I see it now.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 6 people watching. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
Okay.
6. Hey.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay. I don't know why that is. I'm going to restart the phone, restart the Twitch on the phone and see if
it's working as intended. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why this phone is showing that. Okay. Never mind. Folks on the stream, if you're seeing something that says "Be right back," let me know. I will try to troubleshoot, but I'm going to presume it's just the phone. Oh, it's just okay. It's doing. Okay, there it goes. Now it's coming back on the phone. So maybe. All right. All right. Well, the good news is the recording seems to be intact. So, if we lose part of the production when I move it over to YouTube, we should have everything captured on the recording. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. So yes, it might be Oyo. It might be related, but you're kind of uncertain with that 11. You don't have any real strong sense of whether it is or not. So basically, it'll have to be up to the player to figure out whether he thinks it's related or not.
All right. He'll go back to resting, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Galibar, make me a perception check during your watch. Okay.
All of my perception checks have been garbage today.
You don't know if those creatures are still out there or not. If they are, they have withdrawn out, beyond the range of your dark vision. But nothing seems to be approaching the tower. Nothing, climbs up the tower or, attempts to climb up the tower or anything. Nothing flies over the tower that you can see. It's fairly quiet night. You just hear the sound of the night insects and the occasional night birds. And what's curious is there are distant, and when I say distant, like miles distant, sounds of wolves that are more normal. But if those wolves nearby are still nearby, they don't respond to those. And those appear to just kind of be like wolves howling for the howl of it, that is for whatever reason wolves howl. They appear to be doing it. At the end of your watch, who do you tap to take your place so that you can get some rest?
Well, Adamant is up here with me, so I'll totally tap on Adamant.
Okay. Yeah, by this time, Adamant is, he's back to his normal state of awareness by this point. So, Adamant, you can go ahead and make me a perception check for your watch.
Perception.
Ooh. Yes. There's definitely movement out there. You can sense it. You can sense that these wolf creatures, or lycanthropes, if they are lycanthropes, you can sense that they are patrolling. And it feels like you just have this feeling like you're being watched. It's like between your proverbial metal shoulder blades, you have that sense of somebody watching you. And no matter which direction you look from the top of the tower.
Right.
And
he's just gonna watch him back.
okay. Every now and then you might see one come closer to the tower. But it just seems like it's sniffing around on the ground, like it's trying to use its best senses to tell if anything is moving, and then it withdraws.
Okay.
All right. And Galibar, as you drift off to sleep, or once you drift off to sleep, roll me a wisdom save, please.
Have we done a shift change before he goes to bed, or?
Oh, well, yeah, Adamant is on watch now. Yeah, Galibar, you have as you're dreaming, you dream that a mist rises up around you, and this mist holds a menace and a threat, and you recognize it as a menace and a threat. And there's part of you that recognizes this is a dream, but it feels really, really real. And you get this sense of traveling through the mist. And you find yourself eventually in a swamp as the mist sort of fades and clears. And off over to the southwest over there, there's a large manor house that's on a hill. And there's a raised area in the swamp. And around the swamp, you can see undead shambling around. Mundane ghouls and zombies and skeletons, and then other kinds of undead. Some of them are enormous. I mean, some of them are larger than ogres, and ogres are significantly, they stand a good head and shoulders taller than Galibar does. So these are not quite as large as hill giants, but somewhere between the size of an ogre and a hill giant. But they look like they're made out of undead human cadavers that are all kind of sewn together. So, really in grotesque sort of sense. And you grip your axe tightly, and you're holding on to it because most of these things, they just seem to be kind of minding their own business and not doing a whole lot. And you kind of feel yourself drawn, pulled towards this house that's on the hill. You gradually get closer to it, and you see that there is a veranda, and there is a man, a human, standing on the veranda, and he's tall, short, dark hair. One eye is covered with some kind of a lens, and there's a leather strap going around his head. He appears to be smoking like a cigar, or a small cigar or a large cigarette or something like that, on the veranda. As you draw closer, he's just he looks at you, kind of with a mix of curiosity and, kind of anticipation. And you feel yourself moving closer, and you kind of reflexively grip the axe, and he blows out the smoke from his cigar or cigarette, and he says, "Oh, that's very pretty." And he puts a hand out, and your axe just sort of dematerializes from around, from your fingers trying to hold on to it, and it just materializes in his hand. And he's holding the axe with one hand, kind of in the middle, not on the grip where you would hold it if you were using it as a weapon, but much higher, like right underneath the head of the axe. He holds it, and he looks at it, and he says, "Oh, how quaint." And he looks back at you, and he says, "We're going to have fun when we meet." And he almost like blows you a little kiss, and you find yourself coming to again in the tower. And Galibar, make a perception check for me. Hello? Anybody hear me?
You're here.
I can hear you.
Galibar or Chris, are you
Yeah.
here? Make another perception check for me.
Okay.
Maybe roll 20 is being slow. Oh, yeah. You definitely notice it right away. Your axe is missing.
In the dream or out of the dream?
You're waking back up in the tower, and your axe is missing. Out of the dream.
Galibar starts freaking out. He has other weapons, but that was his favorite. He starts looking around for it.
Okay. Adamant, Galibar leaps to his feet, and he's frantically looking around for something.
In Galibar?
You notice that he doesn't have his axe.
Galibar, where's your axe?
I do not know. It's gone. Where is it?
Yeah,
Did
you
you-
didn't see anything happen to it. Last you saw, he went off, lay down, he had it with him, And now he's woken up and it's not there.
How did you manage to lose your axe in your sleep, Galibar?
I didn't lose it. Somebody probably took it.
Nobody's been up here but me. You
hate
had
this
it
place.
when you lay down. Take
I
a
need to
breath.
find it.
Well, take a breath. You're not going to find anything panicking. What do you remember?
I had a weird dream. I woke up my axe.
I feel like there's a few steps missing there.
I'll
What?
explain to him what happened in the dream.
Okay, Galibar tells you about his dream.
You got robbed in your dream and now your axe is missing. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. Well, oddly enough, I too had a dream. But I did not get robbed. Considering the... Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a couple of details that are similar.
Yeah, considering the likelihood, the things that were like in our dreams, I don't think we had normal dreams. Come to think of it, I don't dream. I believe I know where we will find your axe, Gallibond.
I guess I'll have to work with my until then. You're supposed to have this magic board.
Okay.
I like that axe though.
We'll have to talk to the others in the morning.
All right. The rest of the watches pass uneventfully. Nobody's slumber or Ivy's slumber is not interrupted by any disturbing dreams.
The only one without an awful dream. Look at that.
Perhaps anybody that would want to slip into the mind of a meditating or sleeping creature may not want to know what's in the mind of a drow female when she is when she is meditating or sleeping. Maybe that's the kind of thing. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to stay away from that. Or at least that's what you can tell yourself. So the rest of you, as the morning comes, there's definitely definitely there are tracks outside where you can tell that the wolves were during the night, but the wolves that were there when the miners all came in, there's no sign of them being there now. Their tracks are there, and it's clear that they kind of were wandering around in the night, kind of all around near the tower. And interestingly enough, we'll say that in the course of just doing your regular investigations in the morning, those tracks lead up towards the mouth of the cave, but they never get more than about 10 feet from the entrance of the cave. It's either like for some reason they couldn't go in there or they didn't want to go in there. And then, yeah, that's what you guys find in the morning. You're free to talk amongst yourselves about the night.
I'm sure that the first thing that most people see is he's up and he's making tea and breakfast.
Good morning, Oyohusa.
Good morning, Adamant.
Yeah, I believe we need to have a party meeting.
Oh, and all of you do gain the benefits of a long rest. So everything that recovers on a long rest is recovered.
Yes, we do need to discuss how we're going to proceed.
Well, not only that. I had a dream.
Apparently, we all had a bit of a vision, if you will.
Galibar also had a dream.
Yeah,
And-
now my axe is gone.
Yes, his axe is now missing.
Did he sleep? I mean, did he sleep inside the safety of the tower, or was he on top sleeping?
He was up on top sleeping, but
He and Adamant were both up on top. Yes.
Ooh. Okay.
nobody was up there but us. He went to sleep with it, and he woke up without it.
Perhaps he should sleep inside the tower next time.
Well, in his dream, somebody in a large house magically transported it to his hand.
Was it on top of a hill? There was a great manor.
He looks at Galibar.
So I'm
Gallibond.
still kind of like shell shocked because of the freaking losing my favorite weapon. But it was right, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is yes.
I described the house slightly differently to each of you, but from the details that each of you give, you quickly realize, oh yeah, we all saw the same house. Because the setting was the same, and then certain details that people notice, you realize, oh yeah, I saw that too.
I could not discern its true location. I fear that will remain for now a unsolved experience. We have more pressing matters to attend to today.
I still have a magic weapon, but I really want my axe back. It was a really good weapon.
Well, as I said, I'm pretty sure we will get it back when we go to those swamps.
Do you think it could be our next location, Adamant?
If we all had the same dream of the same location, I would think so.
I may have miscounted, but that's not exactly the same dream. If we were being told something by friendly forces, why would it not be the same?
I'm not sure. I saw a very large undead made from other undead. I'm going to call it patchwork. from here on out. And a large tree that looked like it had been hit by lightning more than once.
Identification of different or slightly different items. There's no answer evident except that there's a house on a hill somewhere.
In a swamp.
In a swamp.
In
And
my
we'll know
vision,
it by the number of undead and their size if we get near there.
in my vision, I noticed something that you did not discuss, and it has to do with this magical glow in a great hollowed out oak tree in the middle of the swamp. About 500 yards north of the manor. When I got close to it, a humongous hand came out of the waters and tried to grab me.
That's.
And that was the end of my vision.
Did your tree look like a trident?
No. A massive oak tree that had been hollowed out.
Hold. Trident. Do you have any experience with anything regarding a trident?
Just what the tree looks like.
So there's nothing about you.
Yeah, these guys are from Waterdeep, so they would be familiar with ships and, tridents, weapons that some fishermen might have for spearfishing.
Symbolism, things that you've seen. Things that are identified by things that are interpreted by your own mind and your own life. The way one hears music. Translations. Forced interpretations of the same signal. Possible. If it's sending you a specific signal and not specifying why, it's going through a lot of effort to do so.
Indeed.
Doesn't quite make sense. What it means is that we're being invited to a party.
I did not experience any invitation of any kind.
No, because we all saw the house. If we all saw the house, that's the most important thing, isn't it?
I did not see the house.
You're missing the house.
Yes, I did not see the house.
But you spoke of these figures that...
Pete, I think I mentioned a house.
Did you?
Yeah, it was you and one other person did not get terribly close to the house. You and Oyohusa did not get terribly close to the house.
Yes.
You saw it in a distance. Yeah.
I saw the house at a far distance. I did not get as close as the others.
And also from your recollection, Adamant, the tree that you saw was not in the same orientation that the tree that Galibar saw was. The tree that you saw also probably was something like a cypress tree and not an oak tree. So it's clear that you may have seen the same house, but you were seeing it from different angles, and there were different trees that were landmarks that drew your attention.
Right.
But something very unique about my vision is that glowing magical whatever.
Yes. Something very unique about yours was the glowing magical.
Which was about 500 feet or 500 yards north of the manor,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
That's an invitation. That's a map.
Yes. And
But
we'll pull out the map.
Well, the large-scale map that you all have of Innistrad, whether it's ones that you saw when you were in Lambholt or ones that you saw while you were being briefed in Ravnica, they were not on a small enough scale to show you anything, anything like that.
Yeah.
Now, if you have the map from Ravnica, you do know
That's that.
Oyo has that?
I
Okay.
believe so.
One of you has the let me go figure out where this is. Okay. Okay. Where's the? Let's do this.
Well, I think it's safe to say that we have multiple maps, but yeah, Moyo would probably point out that the swamps in Innistrad would have been on the east side coast, and he'll point out there's a swamp area where we were supposed to go on our next part of our mission, and points out that there's Selhoff Manor or town, I don't know what that is, but possibly it could be that, or it could be to the north. We see Stormkirk Manor, and then south of that is Drunno.
Yeah, there's the marsh, the Morcrit Marsh. That is to the east. That's in the area of where you were indicated that you needed to go. There's a town called Selhoff, but there's also a bog. And let me just make sure from the handouts that I have and the artwork that I have here in this folder. Okay. Maps. Let's see. Is this the one? Is this the one? Yes. The Dressic Bog was particularly labeled on your map from Innistrad. It is over there to the towards the coast on the east, and it is, to get to it, you have to either cross the river or go across the lake, because the only other way of getting to it is through the mountains, and you were warned not to go through the mountains. So, and then of course, if you ever found a a way to the coast and could find a boat, you could probably go around to get to it as well, because the bog seems to go right out to the coast there. It's kind of on the southeastern edge of Innistrad. Now let me go to this place.
We would also travel the road north to that other town we haven't been yet, Esrestag? Or how do you pronounce that? And we could go down and take the Eastern Breakneck and follow the river and cross the river there somewhere instead of having to cross a lake. Would probably be the most direct route.
Probably.
Okay, so let's go here, and then I'm gonna just go here and drag this out here. All right. So then I will, for the sake of everybody, okay, I've got to reduce the size on this map here for the stream. All right, yes. The place that you were told about is this area over here, this number 2 area. This is the Dressic Bog is where you have to go. Where you guys are now, you're up here at number 3. So depending on the scale that you guys are on, the number 3 is the mine where you are now. The bog where you have to go for the other part of your mission here is over in number 2. So yes, that's very much a swampy area. All right. So now going back to our all right. So you have a little bit of a discussion about your dreams and about your mission. What now?
I think it's time we get to work on our mission here.
Okay. So all of the miners will come around. Radu and all of the others will come up to you and they will say, did you frighten off the wolves?
Not yet.
Okay. But do you think it's safe to go into the mines?
I think it will be. We will go with you. We have to show you around and show you what is safe and what is not safe.
One small detail I'd like to remedy first. That would probably best be done with Adamant and a flamethrower.
The insects.
Yes, and I suggest that you approach them and that the others don't.
I can agree with this. They didn't do too well against me last time.
After that, I think we're ready. Mr. Radu, we will require 3 plates and a sizable metal wall. Multiple layers. Adamant can provide you the specification.
Well, actually, if you just bring me the metal, I can craft the wall.
That wall is going to have to be very thick.
Yes, it is.
We still got just a little bit of work to do. There's a hole. There's a couple of rooms we haven't seen yet, distant though they are from where we're working. And, Mr. Radu, if anybody's got any engineering inclinations, there's a juggernaut I think they'd like to see.
Oh, yes, we heard that they have a juggernaut. Did you find it? Is it in fact here?
Indeed.
Oh, fascinating, wonderful. Well, lads, it looks like our fortunes are turning up, and there's some smiles from some of the miners, kind of the first smiles that you've seen since the forest came alive and attacked them on your way here a few days ago. They've been kind of in a state of more or less constant existential dread or sheer terror ever since then. But now, hey, there's actually some good news.
There's plenty of equipment down there. Have you got anything up here, Radu?
They did bring some equipment that they thought they would need, and it's been stowed in the ground floor, but they can grab all of that.
It might be nice to work on the metal plates ahead of time. If
I can use the fabricate spell for the metal plates. Like I said, I can take care of that.
Is it as good as the real thing?
Yes.
That's well then. Then we just need to go in there with the flamethrower and get that done real quick, and we'll be able to let them in.
Adamant pulls out one of the flamethrowers.
Okay.
That is very much the truth.
All right. So who all is going to go with Adamant? Is everybody going with Adamant? Are you going to have the miners follow along behind you and stay at a safe distance, or are you going to ask them to stay in the tower until you're done and then come back and get them? Or
they should stay in a tower until we're done.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys, who all is going with Adamant?
Oh, Eric will go in. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So if you all have control of your tokens, whoever wants to can come down. Oh, wait a minute. Am I? No, I don't. We don't have a map. Sorry. Now we have a map. People who want to can come down to the mine here.
I don't seem to be appearing. Nope. I'm not appearing, so I can make myself appear.
No, I see you. I see you.
Well, you're up here at the top.
Everybody's in the tower. Oh, here.
I'm at the tower.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
I dragged my name. Okay. Yes, Elora. And the bellman laughed sinisterly. We've had some vampires here. I talked them into visiting the Underdark. They were hungry.
At least I'm not down there no more.
Okay, so Adamant. Yeah, it's fixed now, Ken. All right, as you walk in, Adamant, and you come over, Bellman will lead you over, and he will show you 4 egg sacs. One
He
here.
doesn't need me to show him.
Nope.
One
Yeah,
here.
let me
He's
see
seen these a
him.
few times.
Okay. Yeah, basically you can get to, you have like a 20-foot range, and with that thing, and how do you want to do this?
He gonna keep this nice and simple. Gonna pull out the flamethrower, and he is going to fire it as such.
Okay. Then in that case, I am going to do this. I am going to do this. Now, what is the of fire? So you go this way, and fire shoots out, and as it shoots out, this thing cooks and goes away, and it cooks and it goes away. It's
Okay.
just, and you're left with just sort of burning, liquefied insectoid goop. All right, so you want to come up and try to get both of these at once, or do each one individually?
He is going to come up, creep. Can't get both of those at the same time.
Okay.
So he'll get this one over here first,
Okay.
and then this one over here.
And I don't know. Okay. Do you guys see those special effects or not?
Yeah.
I saw.
Okay. All right. Because I see them on my DM screen, but then I look over at the other screen and I don't see them there. So I don't know whether they're coming through.
They flashed by rather
stream.
quickly. I just happened
Okay.
to see it. I would not have seen that doing 2 screens like I'm doing.
Okay.
Are there any more that you found?
No, there are torches and torch sconces over in this other hallway, but they didn't notice anymore.
Okay, so Adamant is going to stow the flamethrower.
Someone's done me are bugs.
No, those are
These
candles.
are torches. Yeah.
Okay.
Or torches or lanterns, whatever they were. I forget what we said they were.
We
I have to
changed
go
them
back
actually.
to my-
They've always been light sources, but it's been changed here and there.
Oh, okay. All right. So ready for the? You guys don't have to go back to the tower if you want to, but are we ready for the miners?
Yep.
Okay.
Should we board up the room with creepy dolls? Like, I feel like the miners would go into that room and do something stupid. Out of character.
We'll just tell him not to go in there.
Well, I thought it might be good exercise.
Okay.
Been here
So
long enough. Let's just get this operation going.
all right. So they all come in, and they're very excited. And Radu comes in, and he says, "Oh my goodness! Oh, this place is. I've heard so much about it. I've not been here in a long time. The memories of our ancestors tell us what this place looked like." So he is kind of interested in seeing around. Where do you want to lead him first?
The Juggernaut.
We should show him what the hell this is up here. While we're all here.
Oh, okay.
We need to talk about the ore, the Juggernaut, and the wall you must build if you want to survive.
Okay. Yeah. So Oyo, you're gonna lead him up this way, and he comes up here, and he says, "Oh, my friends, please, stay away from this room. This is," and he won't go any farther in here than this. He says, "There is a reason that they abandoned these nodes here. Do you see those nodes of ore to the north?
Yes.
This is Floridium. Floridium is a very brittle and lightweight metal. Occurs in veins throughout the mines of Innistrad. When it comes into contact with alloys of iron, it quickly begins to rust them. And if it is left in contact with the skin for very long, it is poison and can be fatal, simply to hold it. So do not touch it with any tools. Do not touch it with any weapons. Do not touch it with your hands. It is a very dangerous metal.
What if you wanted to collect some, but you were going to discard the tools afterwards? Would that be okay?
It is said that those who have experimented with Floridium have found that stone tools work best. It is a very brittle metal, and it breaks easily. So if you had a decent sized stone, you could break some off, but you would have to find something to carry it in that was without touching it. So I don't know, some sort of a wooden box or a container that is not metal.
What if you put it in a wooden box with some corn lining and stored it in a magical pouch, if you will? That would work, yes?
It's like, and he looks at you and he says, I do not know anything about magic. I am no expert on that. You might wish to ask, and he points at Adamant. You might wish to ask the Metal Man. He may know more of such arcane things than I do.
I see. So use stone tools and don't have it in contact with metals, especially iron, yes?
Yes.
But it could have many applications, from poisons to ground up powder or to be held or anything like that. It is quite toxic, yes?
Yes, it is toxic. It is very dangerous. Many miners have died before we understood what it was that was killing them. And
How long does it take to kill a man?
A wise man notices that when something is toxic, he does not touch it at all. I do not know how long it would take. I just simply live by the adage that I will not touch it. And he talks like a man who's like very superstitious. So he's like, This is clearly something that's bad juju. He doesn't want anything to do with it.
It's not on the miner's journal, though, correct?
It is
What did you say it was called again?
Floridium.
Floridium.
Okay, what letter is that under?
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on a second. Miner's journal. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. No, it's not in the journal that I handed out to you guys.
Oh, I thought I saw it.
No.
Oyohusa goes back to Adamant and he'll lean in and whisper, Adamant,
Yes. Well,
I want some of this. Or I think it could have properties and benefits for my unique talents, if you know what I mean. Especially if we could grind it up and safely in some kind of powder.
I will see what I can come up with.
Thank you. Gentlemen, if you will follow us, we will show you the rest of the mine.
Okay. I am updating the journal here. Just a moment. There. Is something that, yeah, in fact, Radu recognizes that it probably would have been really nice if they knew that there was Floridium here, because they would know not to go mess around with it. He's just fortunate that he knows enough about mining and metalworks to realize, oh, bad juju, stay away from it. And so your journal is now updated. It's a separate entry down at the bottom there. Adamant for you.
Okay.
And for anybody that has a copy of that journal in their inventory or in their journal in the game. All right, so you guys are headed where? I'm sorry, I'll have Radu follow you along wherever you're headed next.
I believe our next stop was going to be the Juggernaut.
Yeah, we
It
can
would
go
be
north.
the Juggernaut of mineable ores.
Okay, so
I think the Juggernaut is closer.
Yep. He will follow you on that way, and I'll just say that all the rest of these guys will follow too. All right. So they'll just come en masse in a group, and they will come along over here. And when they get here, they all just, there's a stunned moment where Radu looks and says, oh, I can scarcely believe my eyes. It's true. Oh, and he looks at this machine almost with a sense of reverence. I'm going to get rid of the corpses of these devils because they have long since faded to ichor and are not here anymore. So they're not polluting the place. I must have already gotten rid of one of them. Oh no, I think
Yeah, one of them went through the wall.
Okay, one of them went through the wall. That's right. That's right. Okay.
He said, "I'm out, yo."
Yeah. All right. So he excitedly looks at it. He says, "Oh, this is a marvel. The Juggernaut was a marvel. The minds that have it could produce so much in so little time." Oh, and then he turns and he says, "Brothers, come!" And the other miners, they excitedly come around and they start talking about the different elements of it, and they look at it and they say, "What is it doing over here? Oh, how did it get here? It looks like, look, were you trying to get it through this corridor? It looks like it was widening the corridor for some reason."
Well, there are some imps that had taken up residence, and they decided to wreak some havoc when we found them.
Some ants?
Imp.
Imps. Oh. Avacyn, save us. Well, thank goodness you were here to deal with them. Yes, well, gentlemen, let us make sure that it has not been damaged. And so they quickly start crawling over it. Of course, it's back to being inert now, so the shield is not up around it. And they go, and some of them pull out little like workman's tools, and they seem to be kind of familiar with the design. They go over and they remove some of the panels, and they do some inspections of the innards inside it. And then Radu points to one of them and tells him, or asks him, he says, "You briefly drove one of these in the other mines, didn't you?" And he says, Yes, I did." "Oh, good. Well, go ahead and jump in the cockpit once we decide it's in working order," and everybody else determines that it is. So he comes over here. Let me do this. I'm gonna put this to front. He comes over here and he sits up in the cockpit of this thing, and he folds his hands and bows his head, and you hear him mutter what sounds like a prayer. The name Avacyn comes up several times, and then, in a loud voice, after he finishes, he raises his head and he says, "Angels bless us." And he manipulates some controls, and the thing seems to come to life with that sound that you heard before. But this time, it responds to his inputs on controls, and he's able to actually manipulate it and move it around. And so after waiting for people to safely get out of the way and everything, he drives it like over here. And he parks it for the time being. He says, "This is very interesting. It looks like they were using it in this chamber, and looks like they've mined out all the useful ore in here. You said that there was a chamber where you found multiple veins of ore. I'm wondering why they didn't move it there. Maybe they did not have time before whatever caused them to shut down operations last time."
Well, there were some rather nasty worms.
and they all look at Galibar. They're like, "Oh, those things."
Yes.
Ugh. And they kind of give shudders. It's like, oh, to think of those in a mine. Oh, that would be terrifying. And then one of them kind of wanders over here and looks at Oyohusa and says, "Hey, did you all find out what's down this way?"
Yes, it's called the Underdark. You do not wish to go there. You must seal this tunnel.
Oh, seal the tunnel.
Yes, I will help you with that.
And Redu says, seal it as in make it a portal that we can reopen later, or seal it as in collapse it so that it can never be used again?
Collapsing
latter.
this won't work.
Collapsing it is not enough.
They can get through that.
Not easily. It would take a long time.
Yes.
From the portal in this hole come the elves that steal your children. Come vampires. The other side of the portal is very, very large.
Oh.
Much land to cover.
Oh.
So for them, it is as though a small door through which they can invade this land, live someplace. So you must bar that door. As
They
if
kind of all back away to the other side of the chamber. They're like,
as if it should never be penetrable for generations, with or without the help of a small army.
I think it would be wise to collapse the entire tunnel with tons of
enough.
rock. Then we shall build a door at the end. That is the best we can do.
A wall, no door.
Wall, door. It is all the same.
No, a door implies there's a way to get through.
Just between us, though, Mr. Radu.
yes.
The elves that look like that don't look like Mr. Oyohusa. They have the ears, but they have the different hair. And also, just because you see one doesn't mean they're the bad ones. But those people are secretive. They might be right in front of your face and you'd never know it. Because they're trying not to scare you.
Oh.
If you see them working as a group, that's when you know you have trouble.
Oh. Okay. So, elves, but not like Oyohusa.
Yes.
Riddles.
Not really.
To be blunt, my friend, what he speaks of is the elves of the Underdark are strongly leaning towards the evil side of the cosmos, whereas my people are not.
So they follow the demons instead of the angels.
You could say that in a way, yes.
Okay,
As a whole, of course, there could be a bad one that looks like Oyohusa. And there could be a good one that looks like one of them. Just as with people.
Very unlikely.
You have to be aware of these things. Again, it's the groups. If you see a group of them looking like Oyohusa, you've probably got very good company. If you see a group of them with that other way, that's a very bad thing.
Oh, well, if you see one of these that we should watch out for, please point him or her out so we know what to be aware of.
Oh,
thank
there
you,
is
Bellman.
one. There's been one that's been around. He's my writer.
Yeah.
Oh, one of my writers. I mean, a Christine, and then there's Tradition, but there, yes, one of my writers is like that. He's been seen, just not very often.
Oh, well, of course he's not. Of course he's not evil. He's with you. Yes, of course. And you are the bellman. Anyone that is with you is good by us. Yes? And they all smile at the rest of the party. And that smile includes Elora, who I presume has her mask on again, or has been wearing her mask most of this time.
Yeah. I'm biting the inside of her cheeks like, do I really believe these people? Do I not?
You can roll an insight check if you want.
Okay.
These are all NPCs. Oh, yeah. You've been for the last couple of years dealing with the people in Innistrad, and you know that the folk in Kessig, which is the province that you all are in here, they're a very superstitious lot. They don't trust large nebulous organizations that they think of as far away, but they trust individuals. And they put a lot of faith in the things that they can see and they can hear, and they're terrified of all the legends they've heard about everything else. So they're a good-hearted but extremely superstitious people. On the one hand, you have no doubt that if somebody pointed out that if they didn't know Bellman, and somebody pointed out that you were in air quotes, bad elf, they would probably all run away screaming. If there was enough of them, they might form a mob and try to do something about it. But it would be because they were scared of what they had heard about people like you, not because they genuinely dislike you. But their superstitions, they're more liable to act on what they think they know than what they can observe. Until, of course, they actually have a chance to observe for a while. And then their practicality takes over. It's like, oh, okay.
Okay. And throughout the cave, we don't have much left to tell them about, no?
Well, there's that. And then I think they talked about wanting to show them where the veins of ore were.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, all right. So these guys will all come on down over here, and then these guys will all come over here as well. Okay, and
This is where they smelt the ore?
actually they can do that. They can do that in several places. They can do it here in this blacksmith's workshop, or they could do it up here in this area where you guys just were, where you found the Juggernaut. There's a machine up there, an area where they can do that as well.
Gentlemen, you do not wish to go left here in this area until we have made this safe. And he points this out. But I think that you are going to like this a lot. And he walks down into this ore chamber.
Okay. And as they come in, they're like, oh, Avacyn be praised. Oh, there are nodes here. Oh, they have not been tapped out. Oh, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that. And he, Radu looks and says, "Friend Adamant, the journal, that we had.
He pulls
I
it
thought,
out.
yes, I understood that they had mined all of those veins to practically nothing, but they are rich veins. Yes. Oh my goodness, lads, we could be rich." And they send up a little cry, a cheer, because they're looking at these and they realize, oh my goodness, yes, you could indeed wind up making a fortune if you could extract even half of the ore in veins like this, and who knows how deep these veins go and how far back they go if you follow them. So yeah, this is going to be an extremely profitable mine, they believe.
Adamant,
Yes, sir.
tell them which ores that we are interested in, and some of these we
Adamant
do not
pulls
know.
out a list.
Okay.
I need, of course.
Here. I mentioned the other day, and this is a good time to do it now because it matches up with the journal. I'm going to go ahead and put these indicators on the map layer so that you guys can see them. And that way you don't have to worry about trying to pronounce names. You can just say, oh, which node do you want them, or which node or which nodes do you want them to work on? Because
Our quest brought us here for the Ethereum.
The Wicca or whatever, I think, right?
The Wicca. That one.
okay.
However, I would like to get my hands on some Ethereum, Chlorophyte, Chronicium, Neustein, Duthite, and Adrium.
I think it's safe to say that we want some of all of these men.
Oh,
But our most urgent one is from this node here, I think, and he points it out.
okay. Come on. Stupid computer. There you go. All right.
Yeah, B and K. And P.
Yeah.
B, K, and P.
K and P. Okay. So then.
Yeah. Which is the same metal, but yeah.
Yep. All right. That one has to go to the other layer. This one has to go to the other layer. Okay.
And we have to get how many pounds? I forgot.
I think they said, and this is where I have to go back to the playbook from the previous level. I think that they said that they needed, what was it? 20 pounds? No. Where is it?
I do believe it was 20 or ish.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm gonna say it's 20 pounds that they needed, and they suggested that you bring some extra. Somebody probably threw out a number like 50 pounds, which would be, and it sounds like they thought you might have trouble finding some. So, certainly nobody would complain probably if you brought more. And it's easily here. Adamant would know these things, would know that if you took the ore out and processed it, this is a very rich ore, so it's probably like 2 or 3%. So if you took out 100 pounds of ore, you could probably get 2 or 3 pounds of the raw purified metal from each 100 pounds of ore. And there's like literally tons of the ore exposed in each of these nodes, so no problem getting what you need out of just what's exposed here. And the miners are ecstatic because they're envisioning how big these veins might be and where they might go, how much more they could tap. So you're definitely not taking anything from them by taking what you need and even a little bit extra.
Okay, Gallibond, we're going to need a hard close to this scene if we're not coming back to the this same location next time.
Oh no, we can we'll start back next session in the mine, but you guys can essentially set them starting to work. And I know that there's a couple of things that some of you have stated that you want to do, and there's a couple of things that I want to do. So we'll at least start here in the mine next week.
Yeah, I sent you a message myself.
Yeah, and you had mentioned something a couple of weeks ago that, yes, reiterating exactly that same thing. And
what made it known too is I think as part of like clearing out this mine, I think it's safe to say that we expect certain amounts of this ore to be processed and saved and put aside for us when we come back at a later date. Once we do finally leave Innistrad, we might want to come back and pick up some of these resources for our own uses.
Okay, so yeah, and that'll be something to start off with the session next week, whether you all intend to set the miners up, say, all right, boys, have fun, go to work, and just save some aside for us, and you all run off and do the other things you want to do, or whether you want to wait here until they get all of the items that you need for your quest, and then you take off and do the other things that you need to do.
Well, we don't really have a way to carry around all that metal when it's smelted down, and go to like the swamp and all that jazz.
Okay.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like much later, we can always come back and get what what we need. It's not like we're not going to not have teleporting or planar shifting abilities and things like that, or at least the ability to do so. My next question is about these creepy dolls. Can we just say that we dispose of them, or are we going to have to do direct contact with that
For those things, you guys fought. How many of those did you guys fight before? You kind of fought
I think it was 4.
4 or 5. Yeah, I think you guys could. We could say that you took care of these. So, a brutal fight, but you managed to get rid of that. But we'll go ahead and we'll come back. We'll come back and start off here next week in the mine, because there's some stuff you didn't get to tonight, like talking about the patches that you want to do for the bridge, and then an ultimate resolution of what you want to do about making sure that tunnel to the Underdark is sealed up. And then, of course, if activity of mining should happen to disturb anything, and there should be anything else to deal with in here before you leave the miners on their own to get eaten by
that might be the first
snarks or grumpkins.
That might be the first order of business, is getting them to cut out sections so that whole tunnel will just be collapsed in with tons of, just super, super heavy stones. And we'll seal that up and get that taken care of, and then we'll send them to mining.
This is the tunnel, right? Right over here?
Yeah, we can collapse this whole thing in, even a little bit past where we see.
Oh, yeah, I can use fabricate there pretty easily.
Yeah.
But I don't care who you are, unless you have some kind of the ability to go in ethereal or gaseous form or something. You're not going to get through this tunnel remotely anytime in a timely manner. Once we collapse this with tons and tons and tons of rock.
Except for the fact that hole is there.
Yeah.
And is there in relationship to the portal.
And and who knows the drow in this part of the Underdark, who knows if they may not have domesticated purple worms or something that can just chew through rock and leave a nice.
Well, all kinds of terrible things can happen, but as far as I knew,
can we keep them?
I thought this was
so galley.
I thought this was just a big hole that had a fresh water supply in it. That's what I thought.
This is in fact a big hole with water. Up here is is something that goes into the Underdark. And let me just for giggles and grins to say that you've actually shined a light in there and figured out what's going on. We'll just say that you all saw that there is a pretty enormous gaping pit that just drops away into blackness. And when you drop you put light on a pebble and drop it down, it just keeps going and getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until it finally falls out of sight. And you never hear it hit the bottom. So, yeah, that's kind of what you're looking at.
Wait, isn't there a French word for that? Oubliette or something? Is that kind of what it is?
I honestly don't know. Well, that is a type of dungeon that you access through a trapdoor in a ceiling. But no, this is more just if you've ever been into some of the caves that you can visit, where you go into the cave and there's just this big empty void that falls away. That's kind of what this is like, except that of course it just appears to fall into nothingness and be a complete void down there.
Right.
Yeah.
So I need enough metal to make a 10-foot cube plug to put right here, and then we cave in everything else.
Okay. All right. And we are a few minutes over.
Oops.
So, no, that's fine. We've reached a good stopping point. Good session tonight, guys. Like the way you guys just carried most of it, and enjoyed getting to just sort of listen to what you all were doing for most of the session. That's kind of fun when that happens. And that's another reason why I try not to make this too much railroady. I feel like if I try to make things too railroady, then the players don't have a chance to contribute a lot to the game. So, viewers, we're about to go and raid Frog Pants. They are about to start their regular weekly game. Before we do, any of the players have any announcements of anything coming up this week that they want viewers to know about?
I got nada.
Okay. Well, I will be back tomorrow night for Monster Monday. Still going through the list of monsters that we used when we visited Ravnica. Thursday night there will not be a game this week. Although there may be an event on the channel that's a players only event. I will be watching my team play in the semifinal of the MLS's back tournament because they advanced. They get the pleasure of playing against a team that's coached by their old coach. So there's plenty of incentive on both sides for this. Not to mention the fact that everybody wants the trophy. So it's probably incentive enough. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and set up the raid. And in a few seconds. All right, everybody, thanks for stopping by and watching. And good night. All right, and so then I'm going to go ahead and